Call the meeting to order. It's 5:30. Let the record show that all council members are present. We don't need item 3 on the agenda. I have a motion for adoption of the agenda.
I move adoption.
A second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Councilmember Kendall. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's 5-0. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, we're on item 6, public comments on items that are going to be discussed in the closed session items only. I take it there will be no public comments here in the room. Is there anyone online who would like to comment?
Anyone participating via Zoom would like to make a public comment on the closed session items? Please raise your hand now. Mayor Anduri, there are no hands raised.
All right, the council will go into closed session to cover items 7A, B, C, and D, and we will return to report.
You are tuned in to the Lafayette City Council meeting. The City Council is currently in closed session. The open session this evening will resume at 7 p.m. Thank you. You are tuned in to the City of Lafayette Council meeting on September 26th. The City Council is currently in closed session and is expected to resume open session at 7 p.m. Thank you.
Right, it's 7 o'clock. The council is back in session. We've concluded our closed session. There are no reportable items. We're on to item 8 on the agenda, public comments on items that are not on tonight's agenda. If any member of the public would like to address the council, you have 3 minutes to address the council on any item not on tonight's agenda. City Clerk Robbins, are there any speaker slips within the hall?
Mayor Anduri, I do have a speaker slip for Buck Hughes, who is in the meeting room. And I have one hand raised in our Zoom audience. So Zoom audience, if you want to speak, please raise your hand so we can call on you.
Okay, Mr. Hughes. Welcome.
Thank you. Welcome. It's been a long time since I've been to a council meeting with all. I have here, first of all, Buckley Hughes, I'm sorry, 883 Birdhaven Court, Lafayette, California. Mayor Anduri and members of City Council, thank you for staff Patrick Gollier's quick response to St. Mary's Road traffic calming requests, or should I say rejection notice of a traffic calming request form that I've submitted to his attention. That currently has over 17 signatures. When Patrick expressed in his email to us the notice of rejection and the disinterest in calming traffic of this busy street, St. Mary's Road, it made me question why someone organized the speed signage that was on St. Mary's Road for the last 3 weeks and is currently still there, although not operating. Certainly to slow down traffic, would someone please explain to me why traffic calming doesn't make sense on St. Mary's Road? It was interesting to observe that when passing vehicles approached 25 miles per hour signs, as noted, they did hit their brakes and they did slow down somewhat. I understand that a potential drop-off and pickup area in the back of Stanley Middle School might require a traffic analysis of speeds, number of vehicles, the time of day traffic numbers are highest, and pedestrian bicycle traffic associated with that specific area would lend to some level of traffic calming and its considerations. We understand that a request for proposal went out for bid, and I believe returned to Patrick Gollier, Mike Moran, and Matt's office in mid-August. What traffic analysis, Mayor and Council, was used to request a bid for this request for proposal of design or potential costs associated with pickup and drop-off zone in St. Mary's Road, sent out for bidding purposes in June or July of 2023. As a neighbor to St. Mary's Road and to schools, that potential Stanley School drop-off and pickup zone on St. Mary's Road makes perfect sense to me. Additionally, a proper drop-off and pickup zone hopefully is being priced as well and exists in the current $3.1 million DeSaulnier grant for School Street. These two areas are drastically needed. We well remember, and I hope you do too, that horrible accident last year on May 15th at 3:15 p.m. on St. Mary's Road, immediately south of St. Mary's ball fields. We local neighbors understand better than most what impact this arterial has around our homes, schools, and Mayor Anduri and council members and Patrick, we live this every day. For your rejection notice to misrepresent what we are experiencing daily because of St. Mary's Road is an arterial street with higher speeds is not a reason to reject this request for its entirety. Please understand that living in this high-speed traffic area constantly alerts my neighbors and me to be aware of local speed issues. But that fact must not preclude the city and neighbors from examining higher speed roads for speeding and other issues associated with these arterials. Emergency response teams must be contacted for their input, but that effort also must include our many neighbors and considerations of Stanley School and LES traffic. We don't need more speed humps, just engineered traffic control and a speed counter won't fix. I know that my time has elapsed. May I finish?
How much more do you have?
A minute.
We can't do that. Could
No
I
problem.
ask you to submit? Do you have that in a written form that you could provide to the city clerk?
Yes.
Not necessarily tonight, but
I
you
have,
could email it and then we could all.
yes. And I left a copy for tonight as well as the attachment about the traffic calming guidebook. And I will leave several more.
Okay, just a second. Are there any questions from council members? No, not at the time. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, council and members, for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, is there any, before we go to the virtual participants, any further public comments in the room? Okay.
David Clark is our next speaker.
Hi. I can't see you, but I'm assuming you can see me.
Yes, well, welcome. We can hear you.
Okay, good enough. That's fine. I'll be quick here. I wanted to pass this on. I don't know if this is just my problem or if it may be a community problem, and that's, I'll leave that for you to determine, but that's why I wanted to bring this up. I live in Sunset Village, which is in the area Mosswood, Sundale, and Hillside, I think, in that area across Mount Diablo Boulevard from the Veterans Building. And I just in the mail 2 days ago got a home insurance notice of non-renewal. And I wanted to read you the reasons because it's not because I didn't pay the policy, I assure you. But we are reading from the letter that I got. We are unable to renew home coverage due to wildfire or brush fire exposure, including one or more of the following conditions at or near your property. There are 3 things listed here: close proximity to flammable vegetation, steep slopes that may increase the speed and intensity of wildfire, and limited access and or dead-end roads that may impede firefighting equipment. I'm not sure, there's no further detail, so I'm not sure how much weight is attached to each of those. I'm not sure if this is just me or if they're doing it by, I don't know, street or zip code or community or neighborhood or whatever. But I wanted to let you know that that's out there, and it's a little disconcerting. I'm not quite sure what to do about it, but anyway. And I'm bringing it up in case others may be involved or
Okay, thank you. Thank
benefit
you.
somebody else. Yep.
Is there a question for Mr. Clark? Councilmember
Yes, this
Clark.
is Wade Tyquak. Hi, David.
Hi, wait time.
Share the name of the insurance carrier.
Yeah, it's farmers.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your coming because we're trying to monitor what's going on with insurance. It's on our list. So thank you very much.
Okay, do I have 20 seconds left? I will say also, I read online that both Allstate and State Farm are no longer writing new policies in California for this. So if you
Right.
get dropped by a company other than those two, you can't go to those two to try to figure out what the replacement's going to be.
Right.
And probably even parenthetically, what happens is they notify the mortgagor, or I guess the mortgagee, whoever holds the mortgage gets notified, and not having fire insurance with a mortgage is not a good combination.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
City Clerk Robbins, is there anyone else?
I see no additional hands raised and I have no additional yellow speaker slips for persons in the hall.
All right, so we're on to item 9A on the agenda. I can tell you this is the most anticipated item for the council, and this is the highlight of the evening, and that's not just in comparison to the other items. This is a true highlight for us. So Tracy Robinson, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor and jury members of the council. I'm going to introduce you to 4 new hires. If you could make your way just so we can see you on the camera up at the podium. I'm going to start with Alexandria Cully. It's right there first. So Alex is sometimes known as Alexandria Cully, spent the last 18 years working with animals in various fields before switching gears. She has 2 AAs from Chabot College, and she went to earn her bachelor's in public policy from Cal State East Bay with a focus on sustainable housing and development, accessibility, and toxic cleanup. When she finished her BA, she mentored other students in international urban policy and spent time coaching others to develop their soft social skills. Although she is an Oregon native, she grew up in San Leandro before moving to Hayward, where she's been for the last 15 years. She credits her father, who was a building inspector, as her inspiration and motivator to entering the building sector. And when the weather's nice, Alice takes her 2 dogs, George and Timo, on urban explorations to find new coffee shops. And when the weather is not nice, Alex spends time designing cities and other assets for video games. So Alex is a new planning technician, so welcome.
All right, welcome to Lafayette.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'm happy to be here.
Great.
Next up, Madison Leonard, also new planning technician. Madison Leonard is a Loomis, California local and a recent Cal Poly grad, where she studied city and regional planning throughout her 4 years in San Luis Obispo. Shortly after graduation, she began working for an environmental planning consultant in Sacramento, and she now resides in San Francisco, where she enjoys exploring the city, trying new restaurants, and frequenting the nearby beaches. She looks forward to learning and growing with the City of Lafayette Planning Department.
Right, welcome. And I should say, if anyone, Alex, if you'd like to say something, if Madison, if you'd like to say something, please feel free. We are delighted to have you on board.
Well, thank you for the podium, but I will keep it very brief and just say thank you for having me and allowing me to come introduce myself. And I'm really excited to be here.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Michael Taylor. He is the new Planning Department Assistant. He was born and raised in the Bay Area and studied economics at UC Davis. He has additional education and coursework in economics from Humboldt University in Berlin, Germany. Michael has experience working in local government and enjoys engaging with and supporting the local community. He comes from Contra Costa County, where he worked as an analyst for the flood control district. And prior to working at the county, he worked for the city of Berkeley. Michael's husband, Thomas, works at Lawrence Livermore National Lab, and they enjoy activities like running and biking and are often using the Iron Horse, Contra Costa Canal, and the Lafayette Moraga trails. Michael's favorite hiking trailheads include Spring Hill Road, Ringtail Cat Staging Area, and Las Trampas Elderberry. He's always happy to receive advice for hiking and biking trail suggestions.
All right, welcome. And when did you discover Spring Hill Road? Who told you?
Oh, is it? Oh, it's wonderful. No, it's an absolute pleasure to be here. And with my time working at the city, I really look forward to learning about supporting and growing with the city of Lafayette. And just coming here today, I already see so many familiar and friendly faces, and it's just an absolute pleasure to be a part of the team. Thank you.
Thank you.
And last up, we have Kyra Tanland. Kyra is she's the newest assistant. Where's your exact assistant coordinator for Parks and Rec? She is a Bay Area native, and she's been working at the community center for a little over 3 years. She started as a Camp Awesome counselor in the summer of 2020 and in the fall, and she was assisting kids with hybrid learning during the pandemic. Kyra now helps run After School Awesome, Camp Awesome, and holiday camps. As I said, the newly hired assistant coordinator. She's also involved with the Youth Commission and collaborates daily with the La Miranda School Bus Program. So welcome, Kyra.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. Yeah, I've been here for a while. I love the community. I love working here. So I'm just super excited to be fully on board with the team. So thank you for having me.
Great. Thank you.
We had one more on the agenda, but today was her first day and we forgot to tell her she was on the agenda. So you have one more person to look forward to in 2 weeks that we'll introduce you to.
Okay. Thank you very much. We're glad to have you with us. And Tracy, thank you very much for all your work. Okay, we're on to the consent calendar. Does anyone have anything in the minutes that they would like to pull the minutes for?
I don't want, oh, do you want to pull, do you have some? Oh, what? They don't? No. I don't want to pull it, but I did note under near the end where we were appointing someone to the Senior Services Commission, it says Geringer and Kwok, and it should be Councilmember Geringer and Mayor Andori.
Okay, that can be an administrative. Okay. Okay, so with that, is there anyone in the public who would like to remove the minutes? Oh,
There's no one raising their hand and no speaker slips for the consent calendar, so you're good.
Okay, can I have a motion for adoption of the consent calendar?
I move adoption of the consent calendar.
Second.
Okay, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, 5-0. We are on to item 13A, appeal of Planning Commission's approval for HDP 05-23.
And I have a comment. Once again, I would like to recuse myself. I have a ongoing two projects with Mr. Crop, and I don't think it is appropriate for me to weigh in on this hearing.
Okay,
Also, since I was not present at the last hearing and was not able to participate, I will not be planning to vote on the matter today, but I will sit here and listen.
okay,
Thank you.
all right. So,
Our consultant, Mr. Smeaton, was on my list. He's participating remotely and he has disappeared.
no, we have him now.
Oh, you put him in. Okay.
Rick,
great.
we see you. Okay, what I'll do, I'm going to go through the summary and just the procedural context that I did the last time, so we know where we are. And then I'll turn it over to our planning consultant for additional comment. So just so everyone's aware of the procedural posture of this, the applicant received a phase 1 approval for the project in 2020. The approval was appealed to the city council in 2020. The council heard the appeal de novo and approved the project and certified the final EIR. The council's approval of the phase 1 hillside development permit expired on September 30th, 2021. Earlier this year, the applicant applied to reapprove the entitlements. In April, the Planning Commission approved the project. The approval has again been appealed to the City Council. Since the appeal was filed, the city has had prepared an addendum to the final EIR. So tonight, the council will hear the appeal de novo. And at the last meeting, I confirmed with our planning consultant that the project before the council now is the exact same as the project before the council in 2020. And the resolution before the council now, including the conditions of approval, is the same as the resolution approved by the council in 2020, with the sole exception that the council is now being asked to certify the addendum to the EIR. So the way we'll proceed is we'll hear from staff next. Then the applicant will have up to 10 minutes. It's a de novo hearing, and the applicant has the burden to demonstrate consistency with the required findings. But the applicant should be aware that the council has reviewed all the materials, so there's no need to repeat what is in the materials. The appellant will then have up to 10 minutes, and the appellant should use its time to demonstrate to the council what is different from 2020 when the council heard the same matter. And second, what the council got wrong in 2020. And the appellant could also address the addendum to the final EIR. Then we'll hear from the public, and then the appellant will have up to 5 minutes of rebuttal, and the applicant will close it out with another 5 minutes of rebuttal. Then it'll come back to the council. So with that, Rick, would you like to add anything before we hear from the applicant?
Just a couple of quick things. There have been no changes to the projects from the previous meeting. We do have our environmental consultant and geotechnical consultant available if there's any technical questions. And that's it. Yeah.
All right. Would the applicant like to make a presentation?
I think like last time, there's nothing for us.
Okay, so you'll wait for rebuttal to see if there, okay, fair enough. All right, the appellant, would the appellant like to make a presentation? Is the appellant?
Joseph, I will allow you to speak now.
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, you can.
Excellent. Thank you for having us tonight. This is Joseph and Sylvia Garfolo. We are the owners of 3954 Quail Ridge Road. First, I want to emphasize that this is a de novo hearing, as you mentioned. So as the appellant, we should not have to demonstrate any new errors in the approval. Stated differently, if there was an old error in approving phase one or a new error, the city should not approve phase one of the project. So initially, we would like to renew all of our written objections, but in our presentation this evening, I want to focus on two issues. Frankly, we do not understand the city's reasoning or the Planning Commission's reasoning, and here's why in layman terms. On page 3 and 4 of our April 17th, 2023 appeal, we highlight key issues that arise from representations of the applicant's own geotechnical engineer, Mr. Kropp, and the Planning Commission itself. And from our perspective, the relevant facts that are all undisputed are the following. First,
Excuse me just a second. Sorry. Which parts of the appeal were you referring to again?
pages 3 and 4 of our April 17th, 2023 appeal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So the relevant facts, which are all undisputed, are the following. So first, Mr. Kropp indicates, and I think that all parties acknowledge, that the landslide in the area continues to move. It's an active landslide. Second, the Planning Commission indicates that the proposed residence, and I'll quote here, quote, is anticipated to affect the landslide area through construction activity on the site, including grading and the movement of heavy equipment on or adjacent to the active landslide, the additional weight from the proposed residence, and runoff from impervious surfaces into the unstable landslide soils. The Planning Commission continues, and again, I quote, these actions could potentially contribute to reactivation and or increasing the speed of landslide creep of the unrepaired Quail Ridge landslide. And this is directly from resolution number 2020-16. Now, going back to Mr. Kropp's representations, he states, and once again, I'll quote, so it, meaning the project, will be designed with the expectation that the slide will keep moving, although moving kind of parallel to where the house is, laterally, not impacting, but you could have some edges kind of caving off toward that why the big wall goes in. It keeps the edges in place as the slide moves along the side of the property. Then when you continue and you read the addendum from the Ryan geological response, which purports to respond to our new objections, it actually concedes two additional important points. First, in response to 1B, it concedes that, again, quote, the heavy rains this season, however, are expected to increase groundwater levels, which would tend to lower slope stability of large pre-existing landslides, such as the Quail Ridge landslide. All geologic, geotechnical documents for the site indicate an expectation that the Quail Ridge landslide will continue to move, typically following large storm events. And then second, in response to 1C, the Ryan geological response concedes that the movement of the slide is also expected to continue once again. And again, quote, the opinions presented by Mr. Kropp regarding the potential for the Quail Ridge landslide to remain active are consistent with the EIR and the city's understanding of the site condition. Now, there's one more fact that is knowable and would likely be subject to judicial notice if this were a court proceeding, and should certainly be recognized by the city in connection with this appeal. And that is that we expect to have an El Nino winter storm with particularly heavy rains this winter. And this is based on the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, commonly known as NOAA, its forecast. So when you put all of this together, you have an existing landslide where the applicant is redirecting the slide to ensure that it's parallel to the applicant's property, but directing it toward the common private road and my property located at 3954 Quail Ridge Road. this in and of itself is not maintaining the status quo. Moreover, the status quo is being impacted by the construction itself, as the Planning Commission has acknowledged. And I'll quote it for emphasis. The addition of the proposed residence to the project site is anticipated to affect the landslide area through construction activity on the site, including grading and movement of heavy equipment on or adjacent to the active landslide, the additional weight from the proposed residence, and runoff from impervious surfaces into the unstable landslide soils. These actions could potentially contribute to reactivation and or increasing the speed of landslide creep of the unrepaired Quail Ridge landslide, end quote. So finally, coming back to the relevant weather event, the El Nino heavy rain forecast, Ryan Geological in Appendix A also effectively acknowledges that this would make the slide worse. So when you put all of this together, it is not reasonable to suggest that the applicant's project does not have any material effect on the status quo, even if the status quo is an active landslide. And therefore, for these reasons and all of the reasons that we've articulated in our original appeal and the new appeal, we do not believe that it's reasonable for the city to approve phase one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the appellant? Okay, thank you very much. All right, we'll go right into public comments then. Is there anyone here who's turned in a speaker slip?
No speaker slips on this item, Mayor Endering.
Okay, is there anyone watching?
No hands raised either.
Okay, so the next order is the appellant rebuttal, but there's nothing to rebut unless the appellant has anything else. Mr. Garofalo, anything else you'd like to add?
Mr. Garofalo would like to say something.
Okay.
You're unmuted. Go ahead.
Just very quickly, I know that the city's going to discuss this matter. If there's something that the city feels that we're not understanding, I would very much appreciate being informed of this, because, as with many people in Lafayette, this is our asset. This is our house. We are directly situated across from the retaining wall. And so based on our review of the materials, it appears that the slide, when being directed parallel, would be directed onto the road and closer to our home. So that's why this is so important to us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, the applicant's opportunity to rebut. Any comments on what Mr. Garofalo has raised? The concerns that he's raised?
Well, Mr. Joseph basically bought his house a few years back, and I guess he didn't realize all this stuff when he bought it. I mean, once we build the project there, obviously we're going to make that a far better, more secure area. And I guess Alan here is the authority on that.
Alan Kropp speaking. Basically, there's not going to be a redirection of the landslide. It will keep moving the same direction it's been moving. It's not being redirected toward the road by the project. But the project is secure from the movement of the slide, but it's not redirecting the slide.
Okay, and are any of the properties uphill from the landslide, are they going to be affected?
They won't be affected by the construction. The landslide will continue to move. There's a repair of the road that has been there for some time. That repair stands on its own, and that will not be impacted by the proposed project.
Okay, and as I understand it, the Garofalo house is on the other side of the road from this project?
That's my understanding, and there should not be an increased risk of damage to their property as a result of the construction. They have the same level of risk as they have without the construction.
Okay, so the concern, reading the paragraph that Mr. Garofalo read from his original letter that quotes the Planning Commission about how the addition of the residents and the construction activity could would infect the landslide area. You don't see that as something that would impact their property on the other side of the road.
No, the restraint of that road is designed to accommodate that ongoing movement of the landslide. So if there's some additional movement of it, it's basically the road has already been designed to accommodate that movement.
Okay. All right, thank you. Anything else you would like to add before we close the? Okay, thank you very much. All right, so we'll bring it back to the council. And one step I think I might have left out is at this point, does any council member have a question for our consultant for staff?
Mayor Andrew, if I could interrupt, I have Ravi Reddy has a hand raised.
I think we've closed the public hearing
Okay,
and public
so-
comment.
All right.
Okay, I would like to ask Rick if you could comment on the Garofalos issue and then the response that Mr. Croft gave.
I would have to turn over, the technical analysis to one of our geotechnical consultant.
Okay, and is our technical consultant available?
They should be on the line or on the online.
And
Their name is?
yeah, what is the name of the consultant?
Hold on a second. If they could raise their hand. Second.
I have a hand raised by Kevin Ryan. Is that the consultant? Or?
Yes.
Okay, we will allow them to speak. Thank you.
Hello, council members. Thanks for having me again. Basically, in summary, I think everything that Mr. Kropp has said is fundamentally 100% correct. We've always had the expectation that the landslide was going to continue moving and was active. The statements that I've conceded this is a new topic is incorrect. Our 2019 report states that this is an active landslide. The EIR has made the applicant separate their development from the landslide because it continues to move. So nothing that's come out is new information. I think everything's been vetted from a geologic hazard standpoint. Mr. Kropp is absolutely correct. The slide's going to continue moving in its current pattern, and nothing on the project, if it's built in accordance with the EIR restrictions and the conditions of approval, are going to change that.
Okay, and just to confirm, the landslide continues to move. It will not have an impact on a house that's on the other side of the road from this project.
I would agree with that. The landslide repair that was done originally to restabilize the road included the deep wall, a large keyway excavation, a lot of deep piers. I've looked at the road and the wall and the landslide, and clearly the landslides moved since the wall and the road were constructed, but the wall and the road are still there and in a fairly decent condition. It's been, we call it kind of a cutoff structure in the terms that I use. So the wall cuts off the landslide from everything upslope and is designed to allow the landslide to continue moving. And the conditions of approval have asked the applicant to do a similar type cutoff structure to prevent anything that they've done from impacting the slide, and also to prevent the slide from migrating upslope into their property.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Okay, Rick, is there anything else we should be aware of before we consider this further?
Nope. I think that this covers everything.
Okay. All right, so we are asked okay, the staff recommendation is that we adopt resolution 2023-31 that certifies the addendum to the EIR and approves the project, subject to all the conditions, including the mitigation measures, and that involves making the findings that are set out in the resolution. So let me just start with the only new element, and that's the addendum to the EIR. Does anyone have any issues with that? Okay. All right. And then with respect to the conditions of approval, are there any comments on the conditions of approval? Any comments, concerns, any desired changes? Okay. All right. Now, this is de novo, but I'm going to assume that everyone has read the materials. There are a number of findings that have been made. They are set out in the resolution. This is a detailed resolution that provides reasoning for making the findings. And I assume everyone has read that and agrees with what appears there. And does anyone have any concern about being able to make any of the findings? Okay. That being the case, then I would, well, there's one tiny nitpick. On page 3 of the resolution, it refers to staff report of September 11th, but everything was repeated on the 26th. So we should probably change that to staff report of the 26th. Okay, not a biggie. Okay, so can I have a motion then to adopt the resolution certifying the addendum, the EIR, approving the project, subject to all the conditions of approval and including all the mitigation measures?
So moved.
And I'll second.
All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous, 3-0. Project is approved. Okay. And
Abstain.
all right, can someone ask Councilmember Kendall to return? Okay, and Rick, thank you very much for your help on this. Okay, we're on to item 13B. The housing element and EIR.
Now we can share the slides, please.
while that's while you're working on that, I want to thank the city clerk for gathering all the public comment, all 47 pages, and forwarding it to us.
You're doing great.
Great.
Good evening. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
So we're going to discuss the housing sites inventory this evening, some of the challenges and opportunities therein. And next slide, please. So we're going to overview is we're going to request feedback from you. We will give an update on the housing element status and the timeline, and then discuss the opportunity sites inventory. Our particular request this evening is to provide direction to staff on the opportunity sites inventory and direct staff to begin additional environmental review as needed. And the two primary questions facing you this evening is A, should we include faith-based land in the inventory? Or B, increase densities downtown further than what the city council had approved in January? I'll explain more about that in a minute. The second item is we're looking for a direction to share appendices A, E, and F with the HCD reviewer for an informal review. They've said they'd be willing to review them. Appendix A is the information on the housing needs. E and F are both engagement and review of the prior element. Everybody numbers them differently. And then lastly, we would ask you to continue this item to October 10th for the next meeting. So to give you a quick update, just under 40%.
Oops, sorry. Let me just ask, do you also want input on the AFFA?
AFFH?
H suite of programs? Any further input on that?
Not today. I think really the main thrust here is that we really have an inventory issue that we need to discuss.
Okay, thank you.
So in terms of housing element statuses around the Bay Area, just under 40% of ABAG housing elements have been certified by HCD. And in Contra Costa, only El Cerrito, Moraga, Oakley, Orinda, Pinole, and San Ramon are certified, and 14 others are not certified. Many jurisdictions are reporting 3 or 4 comment letters from HCD before being certified, and each one of those comes with a statutorily required 60-day review period for HCD to make comments. So this is obviously taking a long time. Next slide. So our proposed timeline is to resubmit the complete revised element to HCD by the end of October, which gives them a 60-day review. We would love to have certification by the end of 2023. And just as a reference, that one Bay Area grant, the OBAG 3 grant of $750,000 for multimodal transit improvements requires a certified element by the end of the year. As I mentioned, we do want to submit these other appendices to HCD for an informal review to get them going on it. And just to let you know that staff has initiated environmental review on AFFH programs to meet the October deadline. So here we have the opportunity sites. Just as a refresher, at the 8/28 meeting, we discussed pipeline projects and ADUs having been removed from the buffer calculations, which gives us a greater flexibility in the buffer. We had talked about at that meeting, ADU projections being reduced from 30 per year to 25 per year. We discussed having to change the development yield or capacity from 90 or 95% to 88% based on track record. We discussed site eligibility criteria and the evaluation of the sites against those objective criteria. And then we provided you information with what the yield would be with the modified opportunity sites at 88%. The direction that we got from you was to determine ADU permitting for the past 3 years on a rolling basis, not the calendar basis, to analyze properties owned by faith-based organizations for housing development potential, to review the guidance on realistic capacity, meet with the Lafayette Plaza Shopping Center owner, and revise opportunity site eligibility to include low density residential uses in the downtown. What we did with that information is we increased ADUs to 27 units per year over the 8 years for 216 total, as opposed to 200, which we originally had. We developed scenarios including faith-based organizations, which we're going to call FBOs because it's faster in sites inventory. We retain the 88% capacity. And I'll explain a little bit more about the next one. We're keeping Lafayette Plaza Shopping Center at 1.2 acres. And we added back in the DESCO sites of 3675 Mount Diablo, which is the city offices, and 2 doors down, 3687 Mount Diablo. One thing I want to update referencing FBOs is the SB4 has passed the legislature. It's on the governor's desk. He has until the middle of October to sign it or veto it. It allows development on faith-based and higher educational institution lands and requiring the project to be affordable. Essentially, it's almost 100% affordable. 30 dwelling units per acre is the minimum density for Lafayette. It requires project labor agreements, meaning prevailing wages must be paid. Developments are not subject to secret review under SB4. And regardless of the approach the city wants to take, the city will need to ensure that there are objective development standards in place by January 1st when the law becomes effective. So we have collected information about each one of the FBOs in the city, and 2 Lafayette Christian and Lafayette Orinda Presbyterian, we assume there was no development potential there. Lafayette Christian, because the parcel is a strange size and very awkward, and Lafayette Orinda because it's in a very high fire hazard severity zone. And what we did was we took the gross acreage and then plotted out using GIS to figure out what was a reasonable size of site. And here you can see, based on the realistic capacity at 88%, we come to approximately 200 units. I want to talk a little bit about the DESCO Plaza sites. This particular, you'll see there sort of smack dab in the middle is the city offices, which is surrounded by a sea of parking, as well as a big parking lot, about a half an acre up to Mount Diablo Boulevard. This was also analyzed for possible development, what we could include. So kind of as a recap of what we provided you in terms of workbooks, recap A included the approved densities from January, 88% capacity, change in sites, and DESCO included does not meet RENA. Option B, which a number of people have discussed in their written comments. This had CC approved densities, DESCO included, and FBOs with SB4 income distributions at 30 DU per acre. That does meet RENA. This CC approved densities, DESCO included, and FBOs with SB4 income distribution at 35 dwelling units per acre, and I'll explain that later, meets RENA. And then the fourth option is what would we have to do to upzone the downtown to meet RENA if we included DESCO and FBOs were not included. And that one also meets RENA. I'll kind of go quickly through these so that you can see just the numbers, because what I have to talk about after that is probably the most critical aspect of this evening's discussion. This is workbook A. You can see the buffer, there was a negative units in the VLI category with a negative overall lower income buffer and a negative moderate income.
Can I ask you now on the RENA remainder?
Yes.
Is that after taking out ADUs at 27 per year?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. You already made that adjustment.
Yes.
Thanks.
Workbook B, again, this is the one with faith-based lands at 30 DU per acre. We have a pretty decent size buffer at the very low and low income. Next. C is faith-based lands at 35, even better for lower and very low income. And then what it would require to zone the downtown to meet RENA with DESCO in and no FBOs. And this one has a nice number, but the next slide shows how things would have to change. You can see in the blue was the CC original densities. And then what would we have to do to meet RENA without FBOs? So you can see, even though there's a small discrepancy in the number of units, there'd be a significant upzoning further beyond what the city council had approved in January. So this is the kind of crux of the discussion that I think is before you this evening. Even with the letter of interest from the owner, the long-term leases, plural, for 3675 Mount Diablo, which is the city offices and other occupants, is probably a constraint. I think Mala could explain more in detail better than I could, because she understands it better than I do. But consistent with prior direction from HCD, we can look at just the parking areas in front of the city office, i.e. the about half an acre in front of the city offices, but this limits obviously the potential number of units to be calculated in the yield. Thirdly, the discussions with the owners of the Lafayette Plaza indicate that we need to keep the opportunity site as currently proposed, that there is not an interest in moving forward beyond that. Fourth, if FBOs are included in the inventory, which is fine, I mean, considering we're thinking about it in terms of how it would be, structured like SB4, but the program will still need greater incentives to attract developers, because they don't have to comply with CEQA under SB4, and they would have to comply with CEQA if we were to upzone those sites. There has to be something that they get in exchange. For example, maybe not as great of lower income, number of units, not require labor agreements, and allow greater density, more than 30 units to the acre, which is why we provided the one that showed 35 units to the acre. So if the city decides not to include FBOs at this time, the only alternative that we can see is to further increase the densities in downtown. Next slide. Again, going back to DESCO's site, we went back and redid all of the calculations if we did not use the full DESCO site, because we would not be able to include the existing office building site in it. And you can see the yellow boxes around the area that we're talking about. If we can get a half an acre out of it, we can count it towards lower income. However, this doesn't really work. This includes the Desco parking lot in front and no other Desco. The original was, we had a buffer of -2. Now we have a buffer of -7 because we can't include the remainder of Desco. It does not mean RENA. Sorry, the city offices, yes, by Desco parking lot in front of the city building. Next site. The workbook B, this does not meet RENA either. And this does include also the Desco parking lot in front, but again, the site is much smaller than it used to be. It was over almost 3 acres and we're only down to half. This option, which is with FBOs, does include Desco parking lot in front, as we said. It does barely meet the RENA at 7 units of a very low income buffer and 117 of low income with an overall percentage of 18%. I also should mention, following a discussion with the city attorney, that there are 4 units behind, I believe it's behind the Park Theater, that would be removed, and we will need to factor that into this calculation. So we will lose a couple 4 more units from this number. Probably low income and moderate income, we're not sure yet. Lastly, the revised workbook D does not meet the RENA. It's again a negative number. This was the original D was what we'd have to rezone, and we'd have to zone even more to make up that number. Next slide. So this is the revised workbook D that we would, what would be the number that we could do? This would have to go up to, instead of like, I don't remember 50, it would go 65, 65, 65, and 65. There are 40s in there in order to even come close to that number. So this is the way that zoning could meet the RENA based on that slide we just showed you. This would give us a buffer of 13% for low and very low, but it would be a substantial increase for a number of areas in the downtown. So to summarize our request, and happy to obviously dig into this more in detail, should we include faith-based lands in the inventory? Should we increase densities downtown further if we don't use FBOs? Can we go ahead and share the appendices A, E, and F with HCD? And then our last request is to continue this item to October 10th. Our next step, it will be to incorporate any revisions to the inventory following your discussion this evening. And as directed, we'll engage the environmental consultant for additional environmental review for the inventory, which may include new sites that have not been previously looked at. And obviously we'll return to the council meeting in October. Is that it? With that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Questions for staff and consultants? Councilmember Kendall.
Hi, thank you. Thank you for doing all that. That was, I'm sure, more than one of us requested you do that math. I do have a question on that last option D. It was at 13, yeah, 13%, and you say it does meet RENA?
Yes.
Which surprises me because option B was at 14% and you said it didn't meet RENA.
That was the old option B.
No, go back. It used to be 19%, so go up. 14, yeah, right, so that one's.
It's a
four-
total of 14%.
Oh, but if you,
we can't have a negative number in that.
thank you, I did not notice that.
Sorry.
Appreciate that. That was, I'll go on other questions.
Okay, other questions? Councilmember Walk.
Thank you. I have a couple questions about the FBOs. You did present a list of the ones on your chart there. And so when we do an FBO plan, are we talking, what's the definition of an FBO? Just the ones that you've listed there, or they're all of the ones in the city, or can we pick those 9 or 7 or 5? Is there some restrictions around what, the selection of FBOs?
Those are all the ones that we know of that have significant sites with land around them. I don't know, Mala, if you would, I mean, it includes Temple Isaiah. We looked at a number of other so-called religious organizations, but they didn't have, they were like in a house with no land. We were specifically looking for large sites with, more than an acre.
Okay, so we would do it by site as opposed to
Correct.
by definition of an FBO.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And so, and also if you said like there were 2 sites in very high fire danger or that were inappropriate, so that we would reduce the pool of eligible
We did-
FBOs.
Yes, we reduced the pool. We did not include the one that's in a very high fire hazard severity zone and the other one that is a strange sort of really narrow site. I think it actually might even have a creek setback in it. There just wasn't any usable space.
Okay. And then my second question was, and I know in the last time we looked at this list, we had approached some FBOs to ask for interest level. Since that last meeting, have any others come forward to express interest?
Not that, we only had the one who came multiple times to the city asking for what they can do on the site unsolicited.
Okay. So the order of magnitude of those that have expressed interest are like 1 or 2 of them have
Right.
expressed interest. Okay, very good. The third question I had was related to the comment about overlay districts or underlying zoning.
Yeah.
And that is that the FBOs, there's been some concern raised by members of the community that if we upzoned the FBO and then the church sold the property to a developer, then the underlying zoning would transfer to the new buyer and so forth. It would not be just restricted to FBOs. Is that?
I believe that's correct, but I would defer to city attorney on that.
Yes, if we're going to do a rezone, unlike SB4, the zoning runs with the land. And so.
Okay, but there's not yet a recommendation in this document as to which approach. It was just
we would have to rezone the sites, the underlying zoning for the sites to include them in the inventory based on the conclusions of the Clovis case that you can't use an overlay if the underlying zoning is not consistent with the overlay.
Okay, so if we go forward with an FBO plan today, then the approach would be to do underlying zoning changes.
Correct.
That's what's on the table here.
Let me just though clarify, there are 2 ways we could include FBOs. One, for if we want to include it, we have to rezone the underlying zoning if we want to include them if opportunity sites. If we don't, and we want to include them simply as a means of addressing AFFH concerns, then we could do an overlay. If we are relying on them to give us units in our inventory, we must rezone the underlying land.
Okay, that sort of touches on the next question I had, which was, thank you for sharing the timing of SB4, which you show passed the legislature and now sits on the governor's desk. And so we may know the answer to this in just a few weeks of whether it passes or not. Am I understanding that correctly?
That's correct.
So potentially by the next time we meet on October 10th, we may know the answer to whether SB4 is in place or not.
Right.
Is it necessary if SB4 passes, is it actually necessary for our city to adopt an FBO plan in order to get credits, in order to include it, the units in our housing element?
Only as potential AFFH actions. We cannot include them without rezoning them, like literally rezoning them in the inventory. If we want to count them against our RENA allocation, we could get credit for being, for AFFH, but we cannot get credit for the inventory and meeting RENA unless we rezone the underlying land.
Okay, thanks for stating that. It sort of becomes then like a buffer for us in that if we did nothing, but SB4 came into effect, and if those churches used it, we would get credit, but it would not be part of our accounting.
In our plan, right? The plan that we have to get certified.
Okay. That one I pause there for FBO. I have some other questions, but let me just pause and pass it to others who may have questions on FBOs.
No, thanks, Councilmember Quack. Those would be my questions. And just to confirm, no matter what, we'd want to have an overlay for the FBOs, objective standards, though.
Definitely want to have objective standards in place.
Thank you.
Okay, an FBO question. If the governor signs it and we decide we want to be able to use it as an opportunity site, so we agree we're going to rezone it, does that mean that a developer working with an FBO would have two paths to take? They could choose either the SB4 path or the city's zoning path.
Correct. That would be correct. And the idea is to make the city's program more attractive to a developer by giving them some incentives to pick the city's program.
Okay, well, and what is the purpose of doing that in terms of getting the
Because
element certified?
well, I'm just saying in the program development, we would want to, if we really want for a developer to use that rather than so that it would go through CEQA review. If they don't go through, if they use the state's SB4, they don't have to do CEQA.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
So the FBO, how do I phrase this? Is there a way when we rezone it, because we have, in our housing element, we've got total acreage and we've got what we think is the usable acreage and we include it in our housing element. And if we can't force it to be a faith-based organization, if a developer comes in and buys the whole site, is there a way to limit it to kind of any sort of limits that we are using in our housing element? Or is it just, oh, it's a free for all at that point, and it could be the whole 10 acres with, a whole ton of projects? Is there any way for us to tie it to the faith-based organization has to exist and continue to run, or these things?
Zoning doesn't work that way.
I
So
know.
I think, going back to what Diana said, that might be a better option if we were using it just for AFFH as opposed to our op sites. I think when you pick it for an op site, you have the rezone requirement, you have, as Diana pointed out, there's certain sites that don't make sense. So we took those out because we were looking at the criteria. There's more things that are involved, and I think it becomes more of a challenge because rezone does run with the land. So I think that's the concern. And then you can't split the site if the site is just one legal lot. So we can't rezone part of it and not the other part. I don't know if you were asking.
But what about an SB9 lot split? They could try to lot split it.
In theory, but that would be under SB9, not our regulations. We can't create, we can't zone part of a property that isn't two lots, for instance, one part a higher zone and another part another. So I think if you wanted more flexibility, then you would make it part of your AFFH program and not an op site.
All right, thank you.
And can the zoning have any sort of requirement for affordability?
Yes, I think that's exactly what we would put in there. We would put affordability.
So I think that's part of the answer. Whoever buys it has to deliver a certain level of affordability.
Along those lines, SB4 has basically terms of 45 or 50 years to keep it at that affordability level. Could we match that?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Councilmember Kwok.
Okay, just to ask a little bit about the Clovis case. Is that reference to the overlay? Is that specifically related to FBOs, or was it overlays in general?
Overlays in general.
So things we talked about of doing an overlay with the BART parking lots a year ago, are you saying that the court has ruled on that type of overlay not being permitted for the purposes of the housing element?
So overlays that, again, for op sites, we would need to have the higher zoning and not an option for a lower density zoning, if that makes sense. As Diana pointed out, we would need to upzone the site. Again, if it's for an op site as opposed to AFFH or anything else.
Right, and I guess just, this is not that relevant, but since the last time we talked about an overlay district for the BART parking lot, and so.
And this case came out after.
Right, so.
Right,
This
so it's
ruling-
kind of put a new twist on overlays as it relates to the housing element.
I see. And so this you feel is rather definitive than the court has ruled, and it's very clear. There's a bright line that this really is not, an overlay will not work for the purposes of an opportunity site.
Yes, unfortunately, that's the case. There was
Okay.
some effort to try to see if the California Supreme Court would take it, but they did not take it.
It's done.
It's done. So absent a new case coming in, we have this requirement.
Okay.
Okay, any other questions?
I have a different, a question on a different topic, and that is, I did get some questions about what happened to the De Silva South site in terms of that's not on today's agenda, or that's not part of the request to consider. Is that what?
That's accurate. The direction was to exclude De Silva South. We actually took it out of the housing elements EIR. So it was not part of the potential upzoning scenarios that ultimately were looked at.
Okay, that was like a long time ago. We took it out of
Right.
the EIR.
Yes.
But yet, in the last meeting, it was as part of the agenda in the last meeting, though we would have had to do work to bring it back in.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, there's been, well, in the items that were changed, in the August 28th meeting, the ADUs were adjusted. Now, since that time, I have not seen any comment from the public with respect to the means of calculating the ADUs. I'm just going to ask you, have you seen any comments? I mean, that seems to be settled at this point, that people are okay with the 27.
I don't think there has been any comments about the ADUs. Again, we will pitch this to the state. They have come, just as a point of reference, they've come back to many jurisdictions and asked, how do your ADUs line up with how you report in your APRs, your annual performance reports? So just as an advisement that we may get pushback on that, I don't know, but we're going to go forward with the plan, the rolling 3 years that we looked at.
Okay, and then the other element that caused us to roll back the number of units was the 88. Well, we asked for 95%.
Correct.
And recommending 88. Now, there was a lot of comment about
Correct.
that. Have you had a chance to review the comments? And if so, do you want to give staffs and your conclusion on what we should do?
We actually, 88 is probably, from what I'm gathering from colleagues around the state, 88% is actually on the high end. We provided in the staff report as an attachment, both the actuals for Orinda versus what they projected, and the same for San Ramon, and both of them are certified. They both had approximately 80, I think actually Orinda was 88% or San Ramon, but they both are projecting only 60% realistic capacity. So 88% is actually kind of an outlier. There is, my understanding from, as I say, my colleagues throughout the state, is that there have been none that are anything above 90%.
Okay, thank you. And then just one follow-up question on the revised workbook C chart, which shows on the very low income, a buffer of 7.
Correct.
So 1%, and then 55%, a healthy margin on the lower income. Do you think that will be acceptable?
I would argue that it is acceptable, because this is a calculation question, and overall they're looking at the low and very low income as buffer together. So I would press for this being reasonable. It's within the range of what they're looking for in terms of percentage.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions? Councilmember Geringer.
So back on so I did write down on back on the ADUs and the part where you write that we're running the risk of going in with the 27, we're running the risk of them denying that because of the requirement to have it, excuse me, or their desire or requirement to match the data in our annual progress report.
Mhm.
I guess what's causing us to go in with something that we're saying might be rejected?
We were asked to provide that and staff provided it. So, I think that it was pretty clear that the council's direction was that we should use a rolling number. And from August to August, that would include to August of this year, which is, we wanted to be able to use whatever is happening in August this year.
Okay.
If that drops to 25, then this does not work. You've got a negative number, I assume, in
Right.
ELI.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'll wait until after again.
All right. So public comments. We have any speaker slips in the room?
The city council is taking public comment on item 13B, the housing element. I have no speaker slips. Oh, I lied. Let's see. Andy Brown is our first speaker in the meeting room.
Okay, welcome, Ms. Brown.
Hi. Is this on? Yeah. I actually don't have anything prepared. I had written a letter and carefully analyzed what was in the packet before. So I'm actually kind of shocked to now come back and here we are again with a completely new set of scenarios to look at. I'm actually confused. Are we saying that the previous A, B, C, and D scenarios no longer work? Are we saying they might work? Are we saying B and C might work, but if Desco is not included, they don't? It's really unclear as someone sitting here, what's going on. The goalposts seem to shift out all the time. It's incredibly frustrating. We've had, a lot of residents paying attention for 3 years. And it seemed like we were finally getting somewhere. And now we're not. And it's incredibly frustrating. So I don't really have, I guess I support scenario C, the revised scenario C, but are you saying that 4 units behind the Lafayette Theater now make C not work? I just don't understand what's going on. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, and we'll discuss that when we bring it back to the council.
Next speaker, Bill Bucher.
Good evening. I'm Bill Bucher and I represent the Lafayette Homeowners Council. We have been looking through the staff report and listening to, obviously, or reading through some of the comments from the public. 2 things. I'm glad to hear that we're going to go with a revised quantity on the ADU calculations. We really do think that that's a positive step and we support that. I am now just recently disappointed to hear about the 88% being the high end, because we really felt in agreement with the public comment that the 90 or 95% uptake was really realistic. But if it doesn't seem like that's going to pass, then it's going to cause additional consideration. We do also appreciate your understanding about the neighborhoods and the preservation of the neighborhoods. So we know it's a difficult decision. One side comment, just in hearing the discussion, I do some residential development, and I mean, it's kind of this whole thing about faith-based organizations, and particularly with the state getting involved in this, and it's going to be a little tricky. I mean, I'm looking at a 2-acre site in Happy Valley, and I'm filing for the Church of Bill tomorrow. So, I mean, what are the requirements for a faith-based organization? It's pretty minimal to form a church. Or I don't mean a church or any kind of religious organization. So this is going to be a quandary I think the state's going to get into if they say, and particularly the land underneath the zoning goes with the land, regardless of what happens to the organization that stays on it. So this could be pretty, if we particularly mimic that, I think we open ourselves up to land use opportunities deep into our neighborhoods that may not be consistent with the neighborhoods. So just want to bring that up.
Okay, are there questions? I just want to make sure I understand your concern. Your concern is that someone might have a parcel of land, form a church, and then, okay.
And then automatically get SR, whatever, if we do something in the city or it's
Yeah.
SB4 if it passes.
As I understand it, it's not automatic. We need to rezone and.
Well, and once you do,
No, but we're zoning particular parcels.
right.
And we've excluded a parcel that is in a very high fire severity zone.
Yeah, I'm using that as an example. There are other places too, so.
Yeah.
Be aware.
But I guess what I'm saying is there would not be an automatic rezoning.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
There are no other speakers in the hall. I will go to our Zoom audience, and our first speaker is David Clark, followed by Dawn.
Hi, this is David Clark. I've got a couple of comments on the numbers, and most of these came out of the discussion just that we just had. But I'm going to refer to the staff report for a couple of these things. Two major points. One, on page 6 of 15 of the staff report, there's a table. It's table 2. And parenthetically, the paragraph before that indicates 145 units have realistic capacity, but that chart, if you add the numbers up on a realistic capacity, it's actually 151. Now, I realize we may not be using some of these to begin with, but anyway, I think there's a disconnect between those two numbers to begin with. But I'm confused about which DESCO properties we have finally wound up considering. I thought what I heard was the only thing that's going to be in is the parking lot. But I'll just make a statement. It'd be easier to ask a question, but that's not the format here. So that paragraph above table 2 seems to be a slam dunk that 3687 Mount Diablo Boulevard is going to be included. It's vacant, it's for sale. It seemed to meet the criteria. So what I thought I heard was we're only going to look at the parking lot and neither of the other two buildings. So I'm confused as to why, based on the description on page 6 of 15, 3687 appears to not be in the total. One thing. The other is, I understand that part of the 3675 building is leased, and those leases can be an impediment for inclusion on as site opportunities. But I think maybe we need to look at those leases. The verbiage on page 5 of 15 says that half the suites in that building are vacant. So we're only dealing, if there are long-term leases, they only apply to half the units. I think it would help to quantify the length of the remaining term on those leases. I mean, if it's 30 years, that's one thing. If it's 4 or 5, that's something else, because I think those lease terms are probably discountable. And at some point, we could probably buy our way out of them. I mean, I think if that were a realistic option and, we wanted to spend some money to buy out those the remaining lease terms, maybe it would free up those properties so that we could actually count them. So I don't think having leases on half the property, half the suites in that building is necessarily a deal killer. That's it. Those are my 2 observations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for Mr. Clark? Okay, no, thank you very much.
Next is Dawn.
Hi, Dawn Eames here. I think that further review and consideration be made for Rob Lavoie's and Libby Henry's emails they sent in as public comment, and additional public outreach be made to the directly affected proposed upzoned areas in the Carroll Lane area, the single family home area, and the South Mount Diablo Boulevard business areas, if possible, prior to the city making any decisions tonight. Pressure to get approvals tonight to make an arbitrary end of year deadline just to get a $750,000 grant is not prudent, since this will affect the city for years and decades to come. My understanding is that upzoning cannot be downzoned in the future. Is that correct?
We'll respond to that later, but yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm finished. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from Ms. Eames? Okay, thank you.
No other speakers at this time. Oh, here we go. Rob Lavoy, followed by Max Henniger, Christine Rasmussen, and Stella Witherspoon.
Okay, and could I ask if anyone would like to speak, please raise your hand virtually so that we get a sense of how many people will be speaking.
Rob Lavoy.
Can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Great, thank you. So yeah, this is certainly a moving target. After studying this for the last couple of weeks, and then now the last few minutes seeing everything change, I still think we need to bring De Silva back on the table. It's consistent with the Chamber of Commerce, the merchants, and the GPAC, and I think at least one of the city council meetings. And it really is the only thing left if we're allowing HCD to dictate this arbitrarily low yield. Although if anybody's higher than 88%, I think we should push for that because as I've explained in prior emails today, we have ample evidence of recent actual comps that are much higher than 100%. So there's absolutely no reason for taking anything less than that. Anyway, in my last email, I sent in an option with adding De Silva in there, and that way we're able to leave most of the other areas mostly minimally impacted in the downtown. So I think we need to relook at that. I would continue to push for higher ADU numbers. I asked for information on the monthly numbers for 8 months versus this year versus last year to see if there was an increase, and I haven't been able to get that information. So if we're seeing a strong increase this year to date, then we should push for additional ADUs there. For the FBOs, I would encourage including those, as I think they're really the truly most opportune spot for building low-income housing. The cost basis on the church properties is typically very, very low. And I just hope we can figure out this overlay versus baseline density issue, because people are concerned about developer buying it and then converting it into some monster right in the middle of a single family neighborhood with limited street access. So I'm out of time, so hopefully you guys have read my other emails and go from there.
Okay, thank you very much. Other questions for Mr. Lavoy? Okay, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
Max Henniger.
Hello, good evening, council members. Max Henninger speaking as a board member of Inclusive Lafayette. Of the proposals in front of you tonight, workbook D as in dog, comes the closest to the previous recommendations that Inclusive Lafayette has made. We look forward to getting another letter out to the city, ideally within the next week or so, but D is the closest to what we'd prefer. We do have a couple comments to make on the council's affirmatively furthering fair housing policies. The first is that the proposal that would currently allow up to a duplex in that expanded zone around downtown, we think it should be higher. We'll specify in the letter, but we think 3 or 4 units is more appropriate. We also think that the council could make a dent in its very low income and low income numbers if it allowed developers to do an extra unit, say going from 3 to 4 or 4 to 5, if that unit was deed restricted as affordable for however many years that the council would want to require. I work in affordable housing. It's really hard to line up tax credits. It's really hard to line up state HCD money. These projects can sometimes take years and years and years to make the biggest impact in our affordable housing crisis. we need the types of programs that a builder that might do single family, we need those types of builders to go out and be doing Lafayette duplexes and triplexes. Finally, we also want to specify that it's really important that you specify that these proposals should apply to new construction, not just rehabs of existing buildings. In graduate school, we looked a little bit at missing middle programs in Portland, Oregon, and found that a lot of the developers, they barely were able to make the projects work and wouldn't do them again, trying to do them as conversions. It's a lot easier to be able to do it from the ground up. You can still restrict the building envelope using FAR, setbacks, all of the things that you would apply to single family as well, but just allow 2 mailboxes on the door instead of 1. And lastly, the same comment applies to the junior ADUs, the extra junior ADU that you're allowing if it's deed restricted as affordable. This is a great policy. We think for it to be really effective, it should also, you should specify that it would apply to new construction as well. So you'll have builders that will go out and specifically build these new deed restricted affordable ADU projects, not just be limited to trying to buy an existing one. And that's all that we have to add to tonight's comments. Thank you for your hard work on the housing element, and we look forward to seeing it continue to progress.
Okay, are there questions for Mr. Henninger? Okay, I have a question. You favor D. Does that mean you do not want to include the FBO sites?
I think given the likely passage of SB4, it is going to limit the impact unless you're allowing more density or removing the prevailing wage requirements or removing the affordability requirements. So unless those are policies that the council would want to apply, in those cases, I think it doesn't really make a lot of sense. Although it would be great. I mean, we would be the first ones to support a faith-based organization if they'd like to build affordable housing in Lafayette, but we're just thinking about it in the context of the overall plan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Christine Rasmussen.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. I sent in a letter earlier and I just wanted to clarify my comments about the faith-based organizations. I do support that idea, but I would only want that to be in the bigger churches that are in the downtown area, the Risa Road and Carroll Lane. There's apartments over there already. And then Risa has a lot of options for walkability. So if now that I've learned in this meeting that we can pick and choose what actual properties that we could keep for FBO, I would encourage the council to look into the ones that are closest to downtown. I think that the single family zoned ones, for example, in my neighborhoods in Burton Valley, we do have issues with evacuation and too many cars would be necessary for someone living out in that area. So I think that's a consideration. I would discourage you from choosing those types in smaller single family neighborhood churches. But I do think that ones along Mount Diablo are perfect for Arena. And what Matt said earlier, that they would be Max, excuse me, said earlier about having, they would be interested in something like that. Kind of a project, I think, is something that should be considered carefully when you guys are making your choices as far as including or excluding the FBOs. And that's all I had to say. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? No, thank you very much.
Next speaker, Stella Witherspoon.
Hello.
Yeah, welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Council. Well, here we are again. 3 years we've been looking at this infernal spreadsheet, and I'm really hoping that we're coming to a close soon. But as we've all been thinking about the numbers and tweaking densities and yields and all such factors. I just want to, ask us to look at the people behind the numbers and think about how to best accommodate their cost of living constraints. We know that inflation has just literally gone through the roof in the past 4 years. I think $100 in 2019 is now $120. It means $120 to get the same goods. I believe the concept of affordable living must be given great weight when we're thinking about where to site housing. And transportation costs are a huge portion of income, especially for a very low income person or household. And I don't think the city should burden these new residents with mandated automobile ownership and operation. The costs are just too high. So I think housing outside downtown will generate more vehicle miles traveled, more greenhouse gas emissions. And it's just really only practical and kind and logical and ecological to have opportunity sites that are in the downtown or proximate to the downtown. So I would ask you to consider adding the De Silva South parcel back in. I'm not aware of why it was dropped. I think previous caller mentioned that GPAC did recommend it. I know it's in a very high fire hazard severity zone. However, it's a very large parcel. It's right next to a freeway on-off ramp. It's on Mount Diablo. It's potentially walkable, bikeable to downtown shopping. I think that mitigations for fire risk could probably be created or crafted through that site. And I worry about what will happen to that site in the next 8 years. It is actually currently zoned for housing. I think it might be LR5 or LR10 or something, which is one house on a very, very huge, many acres parcel. And so we can see that happen. And then we have housing, but we don't have the type of housing that is best suited for our downtown. I would ask you not to look at faith-based organization underlying zoning changes. I think this sounds very risky. Zoning runs with the land, and organizations can change. They can decide to fold up shop, sell to someone else. And I think also we should look at the downtown proximate concept and say, okay, maybe those few faith-based organizations that have locations in downtown, I think that previous caller just mentioned 2 of them, the Temple Isaiah on Risa Road and the Our Savior's Lutheran on Carroll Lane, those might be good opportunity sites. I think you also mentioned that you only received interest from one unsolicited church. And so if none of them are expressing interest in this, then how can we possibly include them as opportunity sites? Hopefully there'll be 1 or 2 that will, and then those, sure, that makes sense to put them in as opportunity sites. But again, really only if they're the Our Savior Lutheran and the Temple Isaiah. I hope that we get to a resolution of this soon. I know that this has been a long process for all of us. I thank you for your patience and perseverance. And I also just want to say to another speaker prior to me that I share the frustration at trying to keep track of this constantly moving goalposts and spreadsheet changes. I included in my letter a mock-up, including De Silva, it included the Descos. And anyway, now it seems that that's not a great baseline. So there you have it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there questions? Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Allison Hill.
Who follows Allison?
Allison Hill is followed by Cheryl McDonald, Sharon Farley, and Chris.
Good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
Thank you and staff for your ongoing work on this topic. I will be brief because I'm here as a board member of Inclusive Lafayette and in support of the comments that Max Henninger made very coherently. I would like to emphasize that those proposals would deal with what we term the missing middle, which are not necessarily the very low income people, but the moderate income people who at this point have been priced out of Lafayette, and having more duplexes or ADUs would make it possible for more of our teachers and other workers in Lafayette to live in and be more a part of our community. one speaker suggested that we shouldn't be hastening this because of the $750,000 grant. I think at this point with the city's budget, that is significant. And it's also significant to try and complete this process that has been going on for 3 years and consuming a lot of time and energy. And so if we can bring it to a successful and acceptable conclusion, I would like to say to some members of the public that they may think the community has made its decision, but it isn't just the community's decision. We are bound by the rules of the state and the laws of the state, and they are the ones who approve this. And it's essential that we do have our housing element approved. So I will stop now and thank you for all that you have been doing.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions, Ms. Hill? Okay, thank you very much.
Next speaker is Cheryl McDonald.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi. First, thank you to everybody that's putting a lot of work into this. The first speaker kind of took my words out of my mouth, which is expressing frustration at how the twists and turns and trying to keep up with this, even right before meetings. It's really hard to have things abruptly change and not necessarily know why. It's hard on the public. I'm sure it's hard on you as well. I wanted to support Rob and Stella. Both their discussion regarding DeSilla and putting that back in, I think is really necessary. The chamber supported it, which is very important as a consideration in my humble opinion. I do live in the downtown area and I think that it would be a good solution to helping offset some of the constraints or the building that would take place in the downtown on Roddell Boulevard. You guys know I live off of the south side of Roddell Boulevard, and so I'm trying to keep. I once again wanted to say that we live a story below the boulevard, and so just to keep that in mind. And I have a question about the Methodist Church. Why was that not included? It's a downtown site. It's got a huge parking lot. It goes from Moraga Boulevard all the way over to Lafayette Square kind of area. So why was that not included? And then just to touch on AFH, isn't SB9 already in play with multiple housing spots? Like you can already split a lot and put 4 houses on one lot, including ADUs. So why is that not an idea? I think the churches is something that is a really hard topic to consider. I guess we have to consider it with the overlay district, which is why, if I understand it right, which is why we have to consider De Silva and putting that back in. So if they're willing to look at other plans that we haven't already submitted, that we should include one with De Silva. I think it's important. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions for Ms. McDonald? Okay, thank you very much.
Sharon Farley, followed by Chris, and last Brad Rosenthal.
I would like to also support adding De Silva South back as an opportunity site. De Silva South as an opportunity site was decided upon way back with GPAC. So GPAC supported it and the chamber supported it. I believe that the faith-based organizations, FBOs, should be included as opportunity sites because of SB4, as well as logically thinking which of these churches is going to close up shop and sell out to a developer. My third point is that I think Rob Lavoie's downtown map makes so much more sense than the downtown map as it's drawn currently. And I strongly urge the council to adopt that downtown map. My last point is that Area 6 South, I think I saw on a slide, maybe upzoned to 60 units. Insane. Area 6 South has narrow streets, no sidewalks. There isn't even a fire hydrant on my street. I think that would be insanity. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. I would just note that that appeared on option D, not on the other options. Yeah. Are there any questions? All right. Thank you very much.
Next speaker is Chris, followed by Brad Rosenthal.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I would also like to express my support for the De Silva South site. It is in a location that has ideal access to freeway on-ramps and off-ramps, access to downtown for shopping, for transportation. The alternative, which is scattering housing into assorted single-family communities through the faith-based organization, is problematic for a number of reasons. One, as the speaker brought up in the last meeting, there's a constitutionality question regarding whether or not this may be considered aid to a religious organization, especially if you just upzone it with no type of deed restriction or restriction of the land being maintained by a religious organization. Although I can't imagine any religious organization that owns the land wants that restriction where they can never sell their lot in the future to anyone but another church. To the previous speaker who said that what church is going to sell out to a developer, well, money talks. If a developer comes and says, here's $6 million for your 5 acres that's zoned at 40 acres or 40 units per acre, they may well take the cash and set up shop somewhere else. I think it's a little bit foolhardy for a city of our size to try to figure out this faith-based organization issue. I mean, SB4 has clearly had lots and lots of thought put into it and the various aspects and details. One issue I see with faith-based organizations is how are they going to get money to build these affordable units? From the HUD site itself, it says, quote, organizations that receive direct HUD funds may not engage in inherently religious activities such as worship, religious instruction, or proselytizing. So if these sites are supposed to somehow build 100% or large percentage affordable housing, can't get any state funding, what options do they have other than to say, oh, I'll just sell my lot to a developer and they can take on building the housing? I think it's a can of worms that the city's trying to undo, and that the state's going to take care of anyway. And the sites are suboptimally placed for high density given traffic through very congested intersections for several of the potential church sites. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much.
Last speaker is Brad Rosenthal.
That's who we just had. Right?
Hi, everyone. Thanks a lot for your time. Really do appreciate all of your efforts on this beast of a project. Just some comments. We've heard a number of speakers, and I've read through some of the public comments, and there's all sorts of confusion of what's going on. and why things are changing from meeting to meeting despite city council's guidance sometimes from previous meetings. So I guess really just a question of like, who's actually running this process and how can we get more transparency from the people running this process? Because I think, we have a lot of educated people in this community, and quite frankly, there's a lot of people confused. So keen to understand how we can all work together to make sure that the public is being properly informed of what's going on. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions for the speaker? No, thank you very much.
We have no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, we'll close the public comment and bring it back to the council. Questions for staff. Ms. Brown had asked what the impact of the 4 units behind the Park Theater, if those were to be changed, if they were to be reflected, what would that mean for our charts, particularly C?
It would reduce the buffer by a total of 4 units. And probably we don't know what the income categories of the people who are living there, but most likely low income and moderate income, pretty much probably not above mod. So it would reduce the buffer by a tiny amount, but obviously we're on a thin thread at this moment.
Okay.
I think she raised another issue too, that she's just confused.
Well, I was going to address that.
Okay, separately,
But
great.
if you want to say something about that, I have.
I don't think we explained the change to De Silva maybe as well. I mean, Desco, sorry.
We can do that if.
Yeah, that came in late.
Well, let me just say as a general matter, I certainly empathize with the confusion. I mean, this has been, and it's not because of what staff's done. It's not because of what HCD has done. This is inherently a difficult process with a number of elements that are changing. And what you've seen between the last meeting and just in the last few days, there's been an analysis made of one of the sites, Desco sites, that indicates that that may not be usable as an opportunity site. So we're dealing with that. It's not that anyone hid anything from anyone. It's not that anyone went against a council direction. It's none of that. I mean, everybody is doing their best to get to a conclusion on this. And yes, it is frustrating that we have things that change. There have been several comments during the process that we had the GPAC look at this, and now everything's changed since the GPAC looked at it, that's an affront to the GPAC. But I think GPAC members would realize that since they gave their recommendation to the Planning Commission, there's a lot of things that have changed. We've learned a lot about what's happened with other applications that cities have made, particularly in Southern California, and seen how they've been treated. We've seen what happened with our other cities in Northern California. So we've learned a lot about what is acceptable and what's not. And all of that information is being input into the process. And a lot of that came along after GPAC. The conclusion that we, at least in my view, reluctantly made to not include the BART parking lots, that came after we realized that there was very little chance that that was going to pass muster with HCD. So yes, there have been changes. Yes, there has been a change just this week. We're all doing our best to deal with that. Yes, it's frustrating, but unfortunately, it's part of the process. And I really appreciate what the city attorney, what staff have done to react to the new circumstances that have come along and to provide us what I consider to be good advice to move forward. So I don't know if anyone else wants to comment on that now. I know there is public concern. I recognize that. And it's not, in my view, it's not because we're not being transparent. We're trying to put all the information out there as soon as we get it. Okay, Mr. Clark.
I think.
So.
Oh, yes.
And maybe you're going to get there, but to Councilmember Candel's point, or maybe we're going to discuss this in a bit, about being clear here in this meeting about what happened on the Desco properties, to have Mala potentially respond to that, because I think that'll provide some clarification of why it seems like, oh, the workbook changed all over again, and now we're not doing that.
Yeah, well, actually, that comes up in the next, responding to the next question from Mr. Clark's question on page 6 of 15. He asked about table 2 and why is that chart changed? And so that is the development from this week. So would the city attorney like to comment on that?
Sure, in terms of 3675 Mount Diablo Boulevard, which is the building that the city offices is located in. We do, as you can imagine, have a lease for those offices, and I've had an opportunity to review the lease. We've been in that building for quite some time, I think decades, and the existing lease that the city has does not allow the landlord to terminate the lease. We've extended our lease numerous times, and we also have an option to extend the lease on certain terms. So if we were to presume that the other leases in the building also do not allow the landlord to terminate the lease, we have to look at that under the housing element law, the lease that we do have in consideration, and determine whether we actually think this is a use that could be residentially developed within the 8-year period. And given what we know, I have concerns about that potential. So I think in that regard, coordination with city staff, we are just looking at the parking lot on 3675 as a potential for redevelopment, as opposed to the actual structure. As we've talked about, the other Desco site is vacant and up for sale. So we are still considering that as an opportunity site. It's just 3675 Mount Diablo Boulevard, which is where the city offices are, where we are looking at only using the parking lot as opposed to the existing building.
Okay, and what that means for the chart is that the middle line, 3675 Mount Diablo Boulevard, offices and parking, the 1.95 acres comes out. Is that correct? And
It becomes
well,
0.5.
Oh, it becomes 0.5. Okay, thank you. Oh, wait, so I thought the 0.48 was the
It's technically 0.48, but we believe that we are able to get more from in front of the building. It would require a lot line adjustment, but we're confident that if we get a half an acre out of that site, then we can count it towards lower income.
okay, but there's 0.48 now for parking and then 1.95 for offices and parking.
Right.
Is the 1.95 going away? Or
Yeah. I don't know exactly the number off the top of my head. One moment, please. You want?
Okay, while you're looking at that, I'm going to move on to the next one. This will be for the city attorney. Ms. Eames asked if a property once upzoned, can it be downzoned?
As you might be aware, we've talked about for some time, SB 330 is in place. Under SB 330, if you were to rezone a parcel to a higher density, you could not downzone that parcel without simultaneously upzoning a parcel so that there's no net loss in residential capacity. So it's not impossible, but it is very difficult. So it's something to consider.
Okay, thank you.
In answer to your question, the city site is 1.95.
Yes.
And the acreage for the lot for the parking is a separate site. It's a half an acre, roughly 0.46, 0.48.
So the first line, the parking lot 0.48, that stays.
Correct.
And then the next line changes to parking 0.50.
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, and then Mr. Lavoy, he mentioned that he wanted to continue to push for the higher ADUs if we are seeing higher numbers this year. I guess my question for Renata or Greg is, are we seeing higher numbers?
Yes, slightly higher, but it's nothing major.
Okay, thank you. And then Ms. McDonald asked why the Methodist Church wasn't included.
It is included. It's already a site on the inventory. We were talking about other sites. The Methodist Church at one time did express interest in development.
Okay. And then she asked, why isn't SB9 an idea for AFFH?
The state doesn't recognize SB9 as an AFFH item because it is typically speaking used to develop new above moderate income housing units. It's a way to densify what we had proposed in terms of being able to take a unit and redevelop it within the existing framework could possibly give us a better chance at that. New development is frequently much more expensive anyway.
Okay, thank you. All right, so those were the public comments, questions raised. Are there any additional council questions for staff before we go into discussion?
Actually, on the public comment question that that Max Henniger made, but it was specifically related to AFFH and the duplexes and conversions, and we're not talking about that suite tonight. But I would like to have the answer before we come back in on whether or not, I mean, I think the way it's written, our intention is that it's converting existing properties and it's just doing it to two.
Correct.
But the idea about that you might actually be able to get some more affordable units out of including new construction and potentially even having incentives for having one unit be affordable and deed restricted. I'd like to understand more about that. And just in the interest of full disclosure, I did talk to Greg a little bit about that. And the example that Max was giving was based on experiences in Oregon. And so whether or not that's something that we can even look at as we're looking at that, as it relates to AFFH, but also if there were units that could be defined in there and having those count toward the RENA allocation. I think last time we were told that we couldn't because we don't really have a how that would work. So it's just a policy.
It is just a policy. It would be the same as jurisdictions that have wanted to use SB9 developments towards their RENA allocations have been told that you have to identify the specific site where it's going to occur, which we can't do. So, I mean, it's relatively new and we don't have a track record that we could point to that would be useful.
Thank you.
Sure.
So the OBAG 3 grant, is that deadline a hard stop or is the fact that we're substantially in compliance, does that count?
So I have reached out to MTC staff regarding this deadline. They did express that other jurisdictions who are not certified had reached out. So we attended a meeting mid-September where they acknowledged this concern and said that they would review this policy or this grant requirement and would get back to us. So I believe that meeting is monthly where they discuss this grant program. So I've asked Patrick to kind of keep abreast of that. And we actually emailed MTC staff reiterating our intention to be certified by the end of the year, but that we would like to be kept updated about any changes to that requirement. So to be determined.
Thank you.
I would like to tag on to that about the idea of substantial compliance. Just in order for the city to be in substantial compliance, we would have to have our rezonings complete by January 31st of next year. And that in order to meet RENA accommodation, that law says that if you don't get certified within the window, which was passed by the end of May, then you only have 1 year from your statutory deadline to rezone. So it will be an important inflection point for us going forward in terms of whether or not, if we're not certified, whether builders remedy projects would become much more possible after January 31st.
Okay, thank you. Would you mind putting back up on the screen the list of items you want us to give direction on tonight? Okay, does anyone have an objection to directing, number 2, directing staff to share the appendices? Okay, all right. So directed.
Thank you.
Okay, the opportunity. Well, yeah, right. Well, we can't do that. All right, so, okay, well, I just want to cover just very quickly to make sure everybody signed, because there were when this came back to us on the 28th, there were the 3 things that reduced the number of sites that we have. There was the ADUs, and I just want to make sure everyone is comfortable with moving forward with the ADUs as it's incorporated now, which carries a bit of risk, maybe less than people want. It's certainly maybe less than we're going to have, but people are comfortable with the 27. Okay. And then the second item that decreased our numbers was moving the, I can never remember how it's referred to, the realistic capacity to 88%. There was a lot of discussion about that. Is everybody comfortable with staying at 80%? Okay, we're unanimous on that. So now we're going to be looking at the sites, and I'll just say on the DESCO site, that's the item that changed in the last few days. It is everyone except the recommendation that staff is making on that, and that is to be included as an opportunity site, taking out the office building, but including a ½ acre of parking.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So then we come to the big issue.
And just to clarify, all the parking, but also at 3687, we're leaving
Oh,
that
yes.
in.
Yeah, no, that didn't change.
Yeah.
Okay. So now we're looking at the alternatives, and I'm going to just to put something on the table, ask that we discuss workbook C as proposed, which includes the opportunity sites that we had before, the revised DESCO. It does not include the Silva, and it includes the FBO sites that are indicated in the chart in the materials. So the issues, there's at least 2 issues there. One, how do we feel about including the FBO sites at 35 per acre? And number 2, since it's been raised several times, I think we should at least address De Silva. So let's take the FBO sites.
I just want to make a comment that the reason why I really think the FBO sites made sense in our last meeting in discussion was because of the focus on the BLI and LI specifically, because that's where we have, really the most challenge in finding places. And if these churches or religious or institutions, I should say, or and school organizations have that want to develop, then it makes sense, and we wouldn't get involved in trying to match what the state's trying to do. I'm a little wary of that too, because it seems we wouldn't want this to be an opportunity where we are starting to kind of spot in the single family home zones if it's not focused specifically on affordable, very low and low income homes. Just my opinion.
Okay, a question, how detailed do you want our direction to be with respect to FBOs? That is, if the council wants to move forward with including them, how detailed would you like us to be this evening?
Well, my initial reaction would be units per acre and the direction on affordability being important and so forth, because we still have to create the program.
Right.
And so that would come otherwise, but in terms of if we had a program in place that would allow for FBOs that we will develop that program later, we could go ahead and include it in the inventory now, and that would be with an understanding of what the DU per acre would be. That's really all we need right now.
Okay, so what I would propose is we discuss 35 and we say that we want a substantial portion of affordable housing, included in the zoning. They require a substantial portion of affordable housing.
I guess that's a sticking point because SB4 is at 80%. What is the percentage for very low income? I think it's
80% very low income, and no, that's not right. 75% very low, 20% mod and 5% above mod.
Wait, is that SB4?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, but and what is the percentage that you're using to put it in?
We were using that number.
That same number. Okay.
Well, okay. That's already calculated in. At
So to be clear, on the 35 per acre, we would continue to keep the 75% VLI. What were the other numbers?
75 VLI and LI together combined, because that's what the law says.
Okay, right.
20% mod and 5% above mod.
Okay. And that's what we would put in our zoning if we
could-
chose to do that.
We could do that, or we could do some other modification that would still give us enough units, whatever would work, but yeah.
I'd be comfortable with that if we kept along those lines of the focus and the majority of the units being low income based. And are we going above the 30? Because I thought it was 30 DU, so we're kind of kicking it up a bit.
30,
Okay.
35, yes.
Okay, yeah.
35.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, how do others feel about that?
I guess I'm supportive of FBOs as part of the strategy, and having, my concern would really be again on since overlays are not going to be valid, that we would upzone. But I think if we upzone with the requirement to have the low income and very low income, then I think that is rather narrows the attractiveness as a pure play development project. So I think the risk is narrowed there for a flip, so to speak. And one thing I've always thought of for the churches that are different from a development project is that church is composed of a congregation of our community members. And I do think that when a church, if they want to be part of the solution to the housing crisis, that they would have their congregations deliberate and think about what they want in their church. It's not, and I think it is more of a community-based decision of what they would put there. I would hope that those conversations would lead to the right solution for that community that would be sensitive to neighbors. Because again, this is truly like a definition of part of the community making this decision, and it's really for the benefit of, it's a charitable cause. And so I have less concerns about it being abused or having, just bad taste or something that would rub friction in the community there. I do think just by nature of faith-based organizations that there should be a good outcome. So I'm supportive of that. Thank you.
I do also agree. And I know this is controversial and but with the deep affordability requirements on this, I agree with Councilmember Kwok that the chances of a developer going in and building something this on the full site of an acre like this, it's actually realistically very low. And so agreeing with Councilmember Kwok that not only is the congregation made of our community, they want to be good neighbors. I mean, they don't want, that's in their nature. They're not going to try to go out and build something that their, right next door neighbors are really going to hate. That's just, I haven't seen a history of that in other communities. And so I think that they will be very, they'll be good actors. They're not going to be bad actors, coming in here, and they're not going to develop the entire site because they want to have their faith-based organization still there. And they realize that. So as much as this is a scary proposition to upzone an entire parcel like this, as long as we think we can get away with these very high affordability, it makes it far more, a far better situation for me. At first I was thinking, do we do the FBOs or we do De Silva? I was thinking they were equal. But De Silva, we can't put these deep affordable requirements on it. And you don't have this community involvement in when we redevelop De Silva. And that's going to be a free market, free for all. So I think with the constraints around the FBOs, I do support them.
I think that everybody has said it very well, and with the affordability requirements, and that we've all been talking about trying to do that, including in our own city property, that I do support this.
Okay, do you have the direction you need on that topic?
Yes.
Okay, and then the only thing on De Silva, I've just mentioned the history is that the GPAC did recommend including De Silva on an 8-7 vote. It came to the Planning Commission, and it was at the Planning Commission that the Planning Commission decided not to move De Silva along as an opportunity site. It was never included by the City Council in an opportunity site, just to make sure we're all clear on that. And I think I agree with the comments that have been made about the choice we've made as to where we zone. So I think we go forward, and I think now we're looking for a motion to continue until October 10th, unless there's further comment or questions.
Not a question, but and I'll probably, but one of the other discussion items that the council had was following the Attorney General's guidance that caused us to also, besides BART not being able to be built, was the high fire severity zone. So there were a couple of reasons that we moved toward removing De Silva from that. So I just thought that was another point of clarity.
Excellent point.
And then I am, now that it's at the appropriate time, I would support moving and continuing the item to the October 10th council meeting per staff recommendation.
Second.
All right, moved by Councilmember Geringer, seconded by Vice Mayor Dawson. All in favor of continuing the item to the October 10th council meeting, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, it's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for all your work on this. And thank you to everyone in the community who's commented, for all the input that we received for this meeting. We do appreciate it. And we do read it, we do consider it. If we didn't agree with you, it's not because we didn't read it or consider it. So thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break if council would like to. So we will resume at 9:25.
You with Joe? What? What? No way. Drivers get that type of treatment?
All right, it's 9:27. We're back in session. We're on item 13C, the gas-powered leaf blower item. So turn it over to you, Anna.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So I am joined by members of the Environmental Task Force of Lafayette, Maria Gastilumendi, and Chair Nancy Hu. There may be additional ETF members watching on Zoom to introduce Ordinance 688, adding Chapter 8-23 entitled Gas Powered Leaf Blowers to the Municipal Code. If adopted, Ordinance 688 would prohibit the use of gasoline powered leaf blowers within the city limits beginning July 1st, 2024. The three main hazards of gasoline powered leaf blowers are noise, dust, and exhaust emissions. They pose health risks to both operators and bystanders and disrupt daily life for Lafayette residents. Eliminating gas-powered leaf blowers within the city limits will reduce noise levels and greenhouse gas emissions in the community. Currently, gas-powered leaf blowers and similar equipment are subject to the noise ordinance of the City of Lafayette, Chapter 5-2 of the Municipal Code, which prohibits the use of power tools and lawn equipment between 10 p.m. and 7 a.m. However, city staff and the City Council have received many comments over time from residents requesting that the city take action to further regulate or prohibit gas leaf blowers entirely. In 2021, several community members came before the council requesting such action, and the council soon after directed the Environmental Task Force to research and develop a solution. The Environmental Task Force reviewed similar ordinances in other cities, conducted a field visit to nearby Piedmont for a demonstration of their electric leaf blowers, and worked with staff in different city departments during the past 2 years to recommend the proposal before you today. More than 40 cities in California have adopted regulations prohibiting gas-powered leaf blowers, one as early as 1975, and many others much more recently. At the state level, AB 1346 will ban the sale of new gasoline-powered small off-road engines, including leaf blowers, beginning January 1st, 2024. The goal of AB 1346 is to achieve a transition to 100% zero-emission small engine equipment used across the state by 2035. By adopting Ordinance 688, the City of Lafayette will not only ensure compliance with AB 1346, but will accelerate the overall transition towards zero emissions equipment. An effective date of July 1st, 2024 is proposed. This allows for a period of outreach to households within Lafayette, as well as to commercial landscape businesses that may operate within the city, informing them of the new regulation and providing connections to resources such as rebate programs to purchase new equipment. The Environmental Task Force will continue working with staff to create and publish these educational materials and resources prior to the ordinance's implementation. Enforcement of Ordinance 688 will follow the standard operating procedure of the Lafayette Code Enforcement Department. The current system is primarily complaint-based, where members of the public can report a suspected code violation online. The code enforcement officer performs a site visit in an attempt to verify the violation before issuing a notice of warning to the property owner. Based on the desire expressed by many community members to eliminate gas leaf blowers, staff expect code enforcement complaints for leaf blower violations will rise once the ordinance goes into effect. It's not yet clear the overall effect this will have on staff time and city resources, but staff expect enforcement to pose challenges. Because operators often use leaf blowers for limited periods of time before moving on or putting the equipment away, it will be difficult for the code enforcement officer to arrive in time to witness a violation and open an investigation. This next section, I am unable to share my screen. I will have that shared when I'm done speaking for context. Page 3 of the published staff report says that staff recommends further clarifying section 8-2306 of the proposed ordinance. I'd like to make a correction to that. Thank you for sharing the screen. The section that requires clarification is section 8-2303. Staff has worked with the city attorney to propose the updated language. Section 8-2303 shall read, effective July 1st, 2024, it shall be unlawful for any person to operate, allow, hire, employ, or engage the services of a person or business that operates any gasoline-powered leaf blower on property that the person owns. This updated language eliminates the need to distinguish between landscape businesses, city staff, and residents, though it still applies to anyone operating a leaf blower within city limits. The use of a gas leaf blower by anyone within the city would be prohibited. This update also eliminates the need to define landscape maintenance business under section 8-2302 definitions. What the updated language does is clarify the city's authority to assign liability to a property owner for using a gas leaf blower or directing or allowing the operation of a gas leaf blower on their property, unless, of course, that operator happens to be the property owner. The Environmental Task Force and city staff recognize that prohibiting gas-powered leaf blowers will have a financial impact on some landscape maintenance businesses who may need to invest in new zero emissions equipment before their gas-powered equipment has reached its end of useful life. For this reason, the above clarification has been added to assign liability to a property owner that allows a commercial landscaper to use a gas-powered leaf blower on their property rather than going after a small business owner. There is a current incentive program through the Air Resources Board for landscape professionals to purchase new equipment at up to 50% off MSRP, and additional funding opportunities will likely become available in the future. The Environmental Task Force and staff recommends the adoption of Ordinance 688 and will continue working together to assist with implementation. Thank you for your time, and I'm available for any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Before we ask questions, Maria, Nancy, do you have part of a statement to make?
My name is Maria Gastelumendi. I am member of the environmental task force, and thank you for your time. I think you heard a thorough explanation of what the ordinance is requesting from the community. However, we also understand that it's going to the task forward. If tonight the ordinance is approved, the task for us now will be to try to communicate the community that this is happening. Things have happened, ordinances have passed, and sometimes the community is not aware, regardless how many ways the city communicates. For that purpose, we have created a subcommittee within the task force to work in a reach out way. We are going to need a lot of help from you in terms of material, printing to distribute to the community, and we'll try to focus how we can target the different communities with the time we have. So we hope you pass this ordinance and we can move forward to create a green Lafayette as a sample to the other communities that surround us. Thank you. Want to say anything?
All right, other questions? Councilmember Geringer.
Actually, I was just trying to debate on where the questions are most appropriate, but on one I will ask right now. I know that, and I probably know the answer, but I know that it's not required, but I'm curious that even though it's not required, why we didn't run a policy or ordinance like this through the Planning Commission, and sort of what was the thinking on that.
My understanding is the Planning Commission reviews zoning text amendments, so specifically to Chapter 6 of the Municipal Code, and this is Chapter 8.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Councilmember Kendall.
I do, and I expressed a question to you earlier, and I wanted you to maybe share your experiences with some of this equipment to help people understand the impacts, because the Public Works and the Parks Department, they test it out. And if you could share some of those experiences to help us understand what people will face.
I can speak to the question on the type of equipment that is currently in the Parks, Trails and Recreation inventory, as well as the Public Works Department inventory. And also Nancy has tested the equipment herself and may choose to speak on that further.
Cool, thanks.
So the Parks, Trails and Recreation Department currently has 3 battery powered leaf blowers in their inventory that they use for all of their leaf blowing needs. They have 2 commercial grade backpack leaf blowers and 1 handheld. They are identical to the models that are currently actually available for residents to check out. There's a free lending program started by the ETF and that is run through the community center, where residents can check out a handheld leaf blower and now also a commercial grade backpack blower for up to 2 weeks to test that equipment themselves. Also, the Public Works Department, in their inventory, they do still have 6 gasoline powered leaf blowers, but they have informed me that they are phasing out that equipment as it nears its end of life, and they use primarily electric leaf blowers. I do have that in front of me here. They have.
So this is
One
Park and Rec. You
handheld.
said Park and Rec is, these are,
That I said Parks and Recs has 2 backpack blowers and 1 handheld blower.
and this is Public Works.
And then Public Works,
Right,
yeah,
okay.
sorry if I misspoke. Public Works has also, not sure, these are different brand names. They also have 2 backpack commercial grade blowers and 1 handheld leaf blower that they primarily use battery powered equipment for their needs.
Yeah, in order to set up the lending program, we coordinated with Parks and Rec. So Jonathan Kasianagi was very helpful. We set together waivers and put together a web page with information about the benefits of using electric leaf blowers. And before choosing the equipment, I did reach out and look at all the different types of leaf blowers that are out there. And we were debating between using corded or battery and commercial backpack. And so I got to try it actually at home. And so they're very powerful. The commercial backpack one was actually recommended by Jonathan Katianagi, and he told us that he was very excited about that. So tried it on at home. It was fairly heavy, I would say, about 30 so pounds with the batteries on, but it was extremely powerful. And that was something that Jonathan had mentioned as well, that in the sense of comparing between the gas and that electric, it was just on par with that. But what was really nice about using the electric, even though it was 30 pounds, it was not vibrating at all. And it was completely silent as you're using it. And you don't really feel it, I think, once it's on you. It's just getting it on your back is a little bit of a challenge. With the gas blowers, from what I understand, it's almost like, you know, if you're at Disneyland and you're in that Autopia car, it's just vibrating and it's just really hard on you. So that, in addition to the sounds and the loudness, that's what you don't get with the electric blowers.
One more question about battery lifetime on like the commercial backpack ones. Any idea?
I don't remember the numbers offhand, but
Okay.
I do have them on the website and I did write those down. And I did also put down the specifics of how long it takes to charge each battery.
Perfect. And which website is this?
This is on Love Lafayette. Do you want to mention that, Anna?
So you can find the leaf blower lending program at lovelafayette.org/leaf-blower-lending. And the specs for the products are on that webpage.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, other questions? All right, so we'll open it for public comment.
I have 2 speaker slips for persons in the hall. Bill Bucher is first, followed by Marie Gas. Yes, right here. You don't need to speak. Okay.
Okay.
Hello.
Bill, welcome.
Thank you. Bill Booker, and I'm just representing myself. You received a number of notes from people pro and con on adopting this ordinance. I would ask that you don't adopt the ordinance, and there's a couple reasons. This is not a knock on the environmental task force and the work that they've done is that since the state is already implementing this, and basically you can't buy another one in theory in California after January 1, I would just let it kind of ride out, because it's all, this equipment is all going to get changed as it wears out. And it's just, as a homeowner, I don't have a commercial grade backpack, but I have a handheld blower, gas one, I have electric one, and I have there's lawnmowers you can't even buy anymore starting January 1. They have to be, or gas powered ones, you have to buy electric. Chainsaws that will come into effect on a lot of these equipment. But for people who have it in the minimum amount of time I use it, I just assume let it ride out its useful life. And then after January 1, my vision is that the manufacturers are going to look at California and say, this is a big opportunity, because now everybody in California is going to have to be, buying all this new equipment over time. So hopefully the prices will come down. There'll be better quality. I have neighbors that already have electric handheld ones, and they're no quieter than the gas one. They make quite a bit of noise themselves to get the same power level. That's what I have to say, to get the same power level that gas does. So the other thing beyond just the inconvenience of having to get new equipment and not just let it ride out and phase out like the state's doing, is that now we're asking staff to be monitoring this and adding more things to code enforcement. What am I going to have my neighbor call because I used a leaf blower that was gas powered, and now the city staff or police have to come out and cite somebody? It's not just a commercial person that comes through. This is a resident. So I'd ask you to consider the staff's time and ability to sit here and monitor this sort of stuff, and maybe just let the state's program ride out. Or if you do initiate something in Lafayette, postpone it a couple of years and let people, not just July 1st, get some more time in this so that we have more opportunity to buy the equipment. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you.
We have speakers in our Zoom audience. First speaker is Jennifer Renton, followed by Rob Lavoie.
Hi, I'd just like to voice my support to the band. I think it's great and it'll really help out.
Let's see, you're breaking up a little bit. Could you?
Sorry, it's Jennifer and Finn Renton. Can you hear us?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. So this is Jennifer. My children were on the front of the La Morinda Weekly. They are big proponents of the ban. The electric leaf blowers are certainly a lot quieter than the gas-powered leaf blowers and do not have the noxious fumes. And we see the effects of global warming, and the sooner that we can try and mitigate against it, the better. So I'm not sure that waiting is going to do anybody any good. And it's, with these kids, they understand that they're the ones that are going to be inheriting the world. So let's do something good for them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Rob Lavoie, followed by Greg Moronic, Ben Douglas, and Cheryl.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I'd like to say I've personally used gas weed whackers for 4 to 6 hour shifts, and I appreciate the ability of those machines versus electric ones. And they say the batteries are going to last 5 years, and then they don't. So, but anyway, people who are doing the gardening as their livelihood are not going to be here tonight to speak against this. I think considering how people are always concerned about costs rising faster than wages, you should consider this type of unnecessary regulation as a big part of the reason for that high cost of living in California. Residents complain about the noise, but it's honestly about 15 minutes a week, and you can close your windows if it's bothering you. People that don't use these tools for a living shouldn't be arbitrarily mandating things about, the way the people that do use it for a living do their business, and requiring things to be more expensive or less productive. The state of California said virtually all professional gardeners use gas-powered blowers. Lafayette's supposed to be a low-fee city with minimal staff. Creating more work for city staff to harass homeowners is not something that's essential, and it's not a good reason to consider micro regulations like this proposal. If passed, how much would this new regulation cost the city in staff time and maintenance time for educating homeowners and enforcement? That should be known before proceeding any further. And I think Bill's point about delaying is also good. I would just like to give you a quick quote from Nobel Prize winner William Nordhaus, who's a climate economist, from an article in the American Economic Journal, August 2018. 2 degrees Celsius is not catastrophic, but passing policies to prevent it would cause far more harm than good. And quoting the Keeling Curve, Chapter 1 from the Scripps Institute of Oceanography, climate-related disaster deaths have plummeted 98% over the last century, as CO2 has risen from 280 parts per million to 420 parts per million, and temps have risen 1 degree centigrade. For every million people on the earth, annual deaths from climate-related causes, extreme temp, drought, floods, storms, wildfires, declined from 247 per year in the 1920s to 2.5 per year in the 2010s. So I just think this is a blown up issue that's not that big a problem. And also power for batteries charging is not always from zero emission sources either. So please vote no. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you.
Greg Moronic.
Good evening. Am I coming through? Okay.
Yes, welcome. And for the benefit of everyone listening, Greg is a longtime member, was a longtime member of the Environmental Task Force. So welcome, Greg.
Thank you. Thank you. Just wanted to touch on a couple of points briefly. First, with regards to the emissions. When I was working on this topic, one of the things I think we have to keep in mind is that most of these blowers are two-stroke engines, which means that oil has to be mixed with gas to be used as a fuel, which in turn means that there's an entire different list of combustible products and emissions that are produced. And so the problem is much more than just CO2. It's the hydrocarbons that are emitted, the unburned oil and gas, which in turn clog any attempt at catalytic converters. And that's really has to be kept in mind with these things. The second thing is during my work on this, I spoke with several cities, people in the parks and rec departments, maintenance departments, and I was surprised at how happy they were, because they had some reservations about the power of the electric blowers. But you know, the power is steadily increasing, and one of the concerns that they had was, you know, the ability of electric blowers to be able to blow wet matted leaves off public sidewalks. And they found that the newer ones really didn't have much of a problem with that. And finally, one of the things that I did do research on in terms of the useful life of the gas blowers, if they're maintained at all, they're good for about 10 years. So if we have a lag time of when they would be reaching the end of their useful life, you're talking about 10 years. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Cheryl McDonald.
First speaker actually made a good point, an interesting point at least. But if the state law is coming through in January, I'm not sure what the purpose of our law is doing and why we need to have a law with the city. If it's going to require more city involvement and time in order to maintain it and go out and talk to the residents, I think there's going to be a lot of money that's going to have to go into letting everybody know about this. And what I really am concerned about is the small business mom and pop that are going to have to comply with this in such a short period of time. It's a lot of money to buy new equipment. And I just worry about them maybe not being able to come to Lafayette in order to do their mom and pop business and having less money for their families that are in school and raising families. It costs a lot of money to raise families. So I think Lafayette doing this is something that we really need to consider, and they're not here to defend themselves or talk about their businesses tonight. I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Lauren Herpick, followed by Ben Douglas.
Hi, good evening, City Council.
Good evening.
Hi, thanks, Mayor and Jerry. So many great points have been made tonight, and I would agree with Bill with the Lafayette Homeowners Association. The state has already made its regulations. We're a limited services city, so I wouldn't really think that this would be a good use of city resources in regulating this. I'd also want to say, do we really want to create a system where neighbors are reporting on each other? That just doesn't seem very much in the Lafayette kind of way. What I would actually support more is maybe more of a clear hours of operation. I know I live in downtown Lafayette, so for me, it's not just maybe 15 minutes, but it is actually a long time with so many neighbors having their landscaping being taken care of. So I would maybe say maybe a compromise, especially from the noise pollution, since that is something that would affect other people and not just the operators of this equipment. But maybe perhaps saying clearly, like just during the week and maybe like a late start on a Saturday. So no operation during a Sunday, but just on Saturday, that would give people like me and my family, we actually have invested in an electric blower, but you know, we need time during the weekends to be able to work on our home as well. So that might be a way to compromise. But if the state's already made the regulation, I don't see the necessity of the city of Lafayette putting together a policy. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. Questions? Okay, thank you very much.
Ben Douglas.
Thanks. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for the staff for putting this out there. I'm here to speak in favor of this resolution. I'm just going to use my time to rebut some of the points that the opponents had made. As to this being a limited resource city, I can't think of a better use of city resources than protecting our health. And this is a health issue. These are very dangerous fumes that are going into the air. So that's what I would say to that. The concerns about battery life, again, the battery life is going to get better and better, and people could use extension cords if that's really such an issue. This reliance on the state mandate, again, it conveniently ignores the fact that the state mandate is simply banning the sale of these. So that would effectively mean we've got another 10 years of breathing these noxious fumes. So that if people are okay with that, I suppose that would make sense. But given that most people in the city do not want to breathe these fumes anymore, the state mandate is not going to cut it. The idea that we should postpone past July 1, like why? Like that gives 9 months for people to acquire the equipment and implement it. That's plenty of time, plenty of time. And you know, the concern for the workers and the small businesses that do the yard work, frankly, I find a bit disingenuous, because if we were really concerned about those people, we would not want them to be breathing in fumes that are going to be shaving years off their lives. If it takes them more time to do the work, first of all, I doubt that. And even if it did, well, then people can pay them a little bit more. And if they don't want to pay them more, then what they're really saying is that they care more about saving a few bucks than the health of those workers and the health of their neighbors. So they should just own that if that's what if it's really about. And finally, as to the communication, this is more of a suggestion to the staff. After we hopefully get this passed, what I'd suggest is the staff put together a flyer, bilingual flyer, that's on the city website that can be downloaded, and then people, you know, the citizens can pass it out. They can pass it out to neighbors. They can pass it out to the workers who may not be aware of the ordinance. I think that'd be a very efficient way to do it. And given that the majority of city residents are very enthusiastic about this change, I think there'll be plenty of people who'll be happy to take that task on themselves and distribute the flyer. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions? Okay, thank you.
There are no additional speakers at this time.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the council. Let's see. Are there any questions, further questions for staff or for representatives of the task force before we begin discussion?
I just had one more question about the rebates that are available. You mentioned that, is it the California Air Resources Board or the Bay Area Quality Management District?
The rebate I mentioned is currently available from the California Air Resource Board. Bay Area Air Quality Management District previously offered two different rebate programs, one for residential customers, homeowners looking to purchase new equipment, and a separate one for commercial businesses. Those programs were very popular and the funding was exhausted, but similar programs are expected to come up in the future. We are always keeping an eye out for those opportunities, and we'll continue to share them as part of the outreach as they become available.
Great. And can you let us know approximately how much does it cost for one of the more expensive backpack type of blowers? What's the retail cost of that? And what is the rebate that you've seen being offered by either the state or the regional authorities?
So the cost can definitely vary. The handheld blowers are much more inexpensive than the backpack style blowers. The backpack style blowers, as I understand it, can cost anywhere from $600 to $1,200 for a unit. Sometimes replacement batteries can cost $200 to $500. And of course, that's balanced over time with the battery cost being equivalent or comparable to the cost of gas and maintenance. And the current rebates are up to 50% off manufacturer's price through the Air Quality Management or Air Resource Board program.
Okay, so retail price is somewhere $600 to $1,200, but potentially 50% off after rebate. So maybe $300 to $600 is the expense for one unit. That's about what you're seeing.
Yeah. For example, the Public Works Department did share with me that I'm not sure when they purchased their battery powered backpack blowers, but they were purchased with grant funding and cost around $800 each. I'm not sure how much funding was provided towards the purchase of that equipment.
Okay, thank you. And while you're talking about the staff, our own city staff that have gone through this transition of going from gas to electric, I understood that there was actually a little bit of resistance or concern in the beginning about changing over. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's my understanding. And that is part of the reason why the task force organized a field outing to another city who uses electric leaf blower equipment to help demonstrate that, to allow them to use that equipment. I understand that the transition in the Public Works Department is more recent than the transition taken by the Parks, Trails and Recreation Department. And once they got to try that equipment in the Public Works Department, they were more accepting of the change and open to using that equipment as they found it equivalent to the gas powered that they were using.
Okay, so thank you very much.
Okay, some of the concerns that were raised, I just want to ask in the deliberations of the task force, was there consideration given to just allowing the gas powered equipment to just reach the end of its life and basically, not ban it at a certain point, but just let it phase out? Was that considered?
Yeah, we extensively discussed about the expiration time for the gas leaf blower. And we consider that it was reasonable to have the date. We've moved the date as far as we could to the date that was chosen for the proposal of this resolution. It was discussed extensively.
Okay, thank you. And this may be appropriate, more appropriate for you, but in terms of the enforcement and staff's time, and what kind of discussion was there about that?
Yeah, the discussions are ongoing as we determine the impacts to staff time that would come from the new ordinance. And that may result in code enforcement needing to proactively, if they're receiving multiple complaints about a violation that occurs weekly. For example, someone has a landscape company performing work at their home every week, and it's predictable enough. It's possible that the code enforcement officer could anticipate that and hope to be at the address to witness the violation. That's not how they currently address code enforcement. It's reaction to complaints, but we do expect there to be a bit more regularity based on the fact that people hire companies to come out weekly or monthly to do this type of work.
Okay, thank you. Okay, any other questions, or should we move to discussion?
I think, sorry, just to follow up on what you had just asked. So did we do any sort of cost analysis on staff time and sort of how this will budget out?
We have not performed that.
We haven't, because we don't know how many calls are going to come in. Our current policy is respond to complaints. And if we continue to use that, we may, in this case, need to take it one step further. As Anna she provided an example, we will start documenting staff time once the ordinance goes into effect, and may be able to report back to you maybe 3 months after it's been in effect.
Okay.
I was just wondering, in reference to one of our speakers' comment about, do you really want neighbors calling in on neighbors? Is there any consideration for like a Dropbox, so to speak, online where someone could maybe submit a picture or an address so that can be followed up on basically your point of predictability? Well, if this person's coming in weekly on Mondays, that maybe enforcement can like round up or save time that way. Just some ways to also kind of remove some of the conflict that could be involved.
I'll speak to my understanding of current enforcement processes, and if additional information is needed, I'll appreciate it. So my understanding is that there are multiple ways that a code enforcement complaint can be filed with the city. That can be made via phone call or email to the code enforcement department. There is also an online system for submitting the complaints in which a complainant may remain anonymous if they request to be so. And they're taken kind of on an as received basis. I think that it would be worth exploring if needed, if we get that 3 months in or a certain time frame into the ordinance and realize that we need any additional ways to receive complaints or process them, that we would want to examine that.
Thank you.
Sure.
Is exactly to prevent these conflicts among the neighbors is that the environmental task force has created this lending program. So we are anticipating that the community will be exposed to the use of this machine before they are forced to drop the gas leaf blower and take the electrical leaf blower. And we need to have a very intense campaign to share with the community about the lending program. So the community has the chance to try the machine and kind of easy on in the problem of having conflicts with the neighbor that is using one or the other. The neighbor that had tried the electrical leaf blower can say, I try it, it's very easy, borrow it, try it. And I think will be a very smooth transition if we all work together in a positive way. That will be my input. You want to say something?
I just also wanted to add that I know there's all this concern about neighbors complaining about neighbors or telling on each other. Our hope is that with this ordinance, there will be more of a discussion between homeowners, the employers, and the landscapers. Because I think right now there's a very big disconnect where landscapers assume that they want a property completely dustless, spotless, with absolutely no leaf in sight, which I think is a little ridiculous because leaves fall. And so I've spent probably more time than I should watching people use leaf blowers, and landscapers will tend to use it, from what I've seen, 40 minutes blowing dust in circles or blowing dust onto the street. And within, 10 minutes, once they're gone, their lawn is full, the homeowner's lawn is full of leaves again. And so I think there can be a discussion between the homeowners and the landscapers in terms of what expectations, should be, expected in terms of how clean their property should be after being serviced. So with electric, you don't have that, that idling that you do with gas. When you're not using the gas blower, it's still doing, the idling. With the electric, you can be very very intentional in terms of when you decide to use it by pushing a button, or if you need to put it on turbo mode. I don't know why you would need to, but you can put it on turbo mode to its maximum power. But for the most part, you can get a lot of the leaves with just a little touch, blow here, there. And there are also a lot of other manual means of being able to remove leaf debris. There's something called a leaf sweeper, which almost looks like a stroller, and you just push it and it brings up leaves. It's completely manual. You can go over a big old lawn and pick up just about all the leaves and twigs. Obviously, there are rakes and brooms that people, talk about, but it is kind of more manual. So take a look at lawn sweepers. They're all over. It's like $100, maybe $200. It doesn't run on electricity. There's no gas involved, and it's very effective at picking up debris. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Discussion. Councilmember Kwok.
Oh, sure. Well, thank you for the number of years that you spent working on this. Actually, it's really, when you look back on 2021, we were in COVID. I think many people were working from home, and I think that did trigger a lot of awareness of how much noise and pollution was happening right around our homes as we were all homebound during those period of time. And I do know that this is not a simple topic, because as we've heard from the public, there are many different viewpoints on it. I do know that the ETF members did spend a considerable amount of time interviewing cities from across California, including Southern California and Northern California, to learn what best practices there were around this, and creating a lending program in our city to allow it to try it, having our own staff try it first. And so there's been a lot of learning that we've gone through ourselves that has been positive, fortunately. One of the things in the report that I find most compelling is that using a gas-powered leaf blower for 1 hour is the equivalent amount of pollution to drive a car for 1,100 miles. That I learned that a couple of years ago, and it's just really astonishing how much pollution these small devices create. So I think the path is correct to reduce pollution, reduce noise for our community. This is clearly something we've heard a lot about from our community members, to complain, to do something about this. And so I do think we've taken a very thoughtful approach and amount of time. We won't make everybody happy, but I think what you've come up with and the approach to lead with education, right? So we have a 9-month window here. Let's try to lead with education on the benefits, lead with education on the rebates. I'm glad to hear that the price of these are coming down. We're not talking about thousands of dollars. We're talking about hundreds of dollars after the rebate. So that to me is reasonable trade-off. And again, I think that this has been a thoughtful measure. And as to the changed verbiage that was put up on the screen earlier, I think that is that's simpler way of enforcement. So I'm glad to see that aspect of it. And again, I imagine, neighbors telling on neighbors would be more like neighbors giving a flyer to the neighbor to say, did you know this is the new regulation? And by the way, you can get a 50% off if you go to this link. So I hope we can lead with the positive in the next year, and that any enforcement will generally be more education at the beginning rather than penalties. And let's go through this process as a community to make it a lot quieter Lafayette and healthier in the years ahead. So I support this.
Thank you.
I
Mayor Dawson.
would go, oh, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I agree with Councilmember Kwok. I think this aligns with our values of, sustainability, environmental sustainability, and, valuing health and safety. So there's multiple reasons why this makes sense. And I do agree the positive approach, the educational approach is the right way to go. And I think it would be important to enact this as you suggest as well. I think 9 months is a reasonable time to get that education campaign underway and talk to the community and get this going. So I do support this ordinance, and I do support that change. It's a positive change and working within the community again. Thank you.
I also, excuse me, I'm losing my voice, but I also support the ordinance as brought forward or as modified with the language that you brought up, Anna. Very much in terms of the outreach and the positive focus of that, and the in multiple languages. And I know that I'm not going to offer any probably communications things that either my colleagues haven't, or Suzanne or other really good marketing people will. But I do think that as much as we can, as part of that education, let people know about those other funding and incentive programs and as they change. And so I don't know if we're going to have a section on the website in addition to the flyers and everything, but I think that is the way that will help to transition that. So thank you. And I do support moving this forward and bringing it back to the next meeting on the second reading.
I also support it, but I am open to giving people more time if that is something that people want to do. To start it on January 1st, 2025, I would be open to that. But if other people aren't supportive of that, that's the choice.
Okay, yeah, I'm supportive as well. I appreciate the moving of the enforcement date, effective date back from January 1st to July 31st. We're not obviously the first city to do this. I remember 2.5 years ago, I sent a picture to Nancy that I took in Yountville of a lawn sign that said, "Did you know effective July 1st, gas powered leaf blowers cross out?" So that was effective July 1st, 2021. So we're 3 years behind Yountville. And I know on a subsequent visit to Yountville, I ran across 2 people with their electric powered blowers, and it was much quieter than previous visits. So I understand the concerns. One thing we might want to think about is, I agree with publicizing the availability of funds. You might want to even consider, and this is not for city staff, but if the environmental task force would want to help people access funds who may need help doing that. I'll just leave that to you to consider. But I think this is something that, as we see from the public comments that date back to 2020, that people have been waiting for that. So I thank the Environmental Task Force for their work on this. Thank Anna for her work. thank Greg Moronic for his work over the years. And I think unless anyone has another comment, we're ready for a motion.
I'd like to move that we introduce ordinance 688 and waive the first reading, let's see, and continue the matter to October 10th for the second reading and adoption.
Yeah, as amended.
As amended.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's moved by Councilmember Quack, seconded by Councilmember Garinger. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
It's unanimous 5-0. Thank you very much for all your work on that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good night. Good night, Bill.
Okay, we're on to item 15A, council members report on activities and consideration of matters that council member wishes to place on a future agenda. And it's only 10:20. So Teresa.
So I can just take up as much time. No. So we had Vice Mayor Dawson and I and Narup and Patrick, but had a city school subcommittee meeting today, our first of the new school year, and had updates on the Street Smarts Diablo, pedestrian and bicycle safety, school start times and transportation updates. The school district is going to do another survey here in the fall with parents, staff, and community members at large about changing bell times to potentially have more capacity for buses to address congestion and all of those things. The superintendent did say that the initial surveys where people don't like change, but they are going to do another outreach and communications about that. They will be having a gun safety town hall coming up, and now I'm forgetting the date, October
3rd.
Thank you, October 3rd, in partnerships with Moms Demand Action. It'll be in the Acalanes Performing Arts Center, the theater at Acalanes High School. And we did hear public comment. Patrick laid out the timeline for the studies around St. Mary, on St. Mary's Road and around Stanley Middle School. And that timeline can be found on the city website. Lots of public opportunity for public engagement coming up. I know the city manager touched on it as part of her report at our last meeting. And it's going to be called Connecting Lafayette, with a longer title around Stanley Middle School and congestion and traffic management there. But we did also then hear feedback from residents on Topper Lane asking similar to what Buckley Hughes said this evening, but just talking about having that opportunity to have that public engagement. So that was our first meeting. There's a fentanyl town hall, Song for Charlie, at 5:30 on Thursday. And I believe it is also at Acalanes. Yes, high school. And so Chief Aldred is going to be part of that as well. And so enrollment is flat at the two districts, which is a good thing because it has been declining. And so they said, roughly it is flat. And I don't know if Vice Mayor Dawson has anything to add. The other thing that I do want to mention, and it's my last thing, is that I know all of us participated at the Art and Wine, and I want to thank Suzanne for getting everything set up, and it was very fun, spinning the wheel and interacting with constituents. And I want to thank staff. Everybody took a shift in the Public Art Committee. And then I did say this today at the meeting because Ben was there, but just very, very much want to thank Ben and his whole team. Ben has, worked hard, and I will not forget the chamber, I promise, but Ben has worked very hard at making sure that we're at a protocol level for security so that we get interagency resources that we might not otherwise get. And I don't know that everybody who's there really understands how much work goes into for the over 60,000. I don't know if the numbers are there yet, but definitely knows how much goes into making sure that we're safe and that we have that amazing activity and festival that is people come from all over the place to come into Lafayette. It's just a great representation of us. And on that, I will end with thank you to the Chamber of Commerce and all of the volunteers who have been doing it. I want to say this was the 26th, and oh good, I have nodding of heads. And you know, volunteers like Chris Lane, who've been there since the very first one. And you know, I'm not going to name every volunteer, but anyway, thank you.
I don't really have anything to add to that, except the town hall for gun safety does sound like there will be a mental health component, which I think is important to, you know, to feature, and I'm glad to hear that. That's important. But other than that, I guess I don't know if we can get that photo, but that's
Okay, I'd like to report on the status of the Fiscal Sustainability Subcommittee, which is staffed by the mayor and myself. We have had a couple meetings in the past few months, and as you recall, staff, Tracy Robinson, has given a 5-year budget projection for us, which has reasonable news in the first couple years, but then the forecast for the out years sees us not having a balance between our costs and our revenue, and the impact being that our 60% reserve is threatened in those out years. It's no surprise that costs are rising around the country. There's inflation, and our city is subject to the same pressures that the rest of the country suffers with rising costs. So what can we do about it as a city? We have discussed how we could decrease our costs and expenses, and we've discussed how can we increase our revenue, and we've discussed how we do a little bit of both. Those are basically the tools in the toolbox that we have that the subcommittee has discussed with staff. In terms of reducing our costs and expenses, we have asked staff, and staff has already gone through an exercise department by department to explore what type of budget cuts they could do to the tune of about 10% effective on January 1st, 2025. What services would we cut back on? What less would we be doing for our citizens? And let's start talking about that if we need to do that. From an increasing revenue point of view, just a matter of historical record, the last time that the city had a revenue measure, it was 1995. We've not actually done anything since 1995 to raise revenue, for special revenue for the city. And so the next opportunity for us to do that, we would need to bring it before voters at the November 2024 election, right? So that would be a time to propose any revenue enhancements. One method of increasing revenue could be a sales tax increase. If we looked at our neighboring cities of Moraga and Orinda, for example, they have a 1% sales tax adder in their cities that we do not have. And that type of revenue increase would translate to covering our costs, our forecasted costs and more. So in any case, staff and the mayor and myself would like to agendize this for the October 10th meeting, and we will have more details to share with you and more discussions. And so that's our report for today.
Great. Thank
you. Couple things. We had our Lombardo School Bus Transportation Agency meeting, and along with the city schools involvement, there was a bill that was passed. Get the number of it. AB 181 and was amended by AB 185. Basically, it is home to school transportation reimbursement. And what it would mean for us, for our school bus transportation authority, is that we get right now about $1.5 million from Measure J. And at a 60% reimbursement, which is what these bills do, we will get an extra $900,000. Yay, great. The problem is it has to go through the schools and not the city or our transportation agency. So we are trying to convince the school districts that this is a really good thing for everybody. Like if we change the bell times, we can add a bunch more buses, but even if we don't change the bell times, we can add more buses. And if we can reduce parent participation. This is about the most exciting thing that I can imagine. And I am sorry that it maybe wasn't discussed at your school meeting. And let's make sure to get it on the agenda for the next one and try to give them a little encouragement, and we can think outside the box to try to figure out ways to encourage them to do this.
Yeah, I realize we can't discuss this, but I just have one little question.
Yeah, sure.
Is there timing to this? Is there a
No.
timing element?
No.
Okay. So
we could do it as quickly as we can. It's not, there's no end goal.
okay.
So no,
great.
yeah, right.
Yeah.
So that's one. And then I went to the League of Cities, California Cities last week. I guess Newark and I, the proud attendees. I thought attendance was down from Long Beach. It seemed like it was a lot less crowd at a lot of the events, but still great and fun. Me personally, I went to two of the housing law sessions, and the first one had HCD Megan, who was kind of a boss of a whole bunch of the people that are doing housing elements. And there was a really good city planner. There's the mayor of Arcata and a guy from the Turner Institute. And by the end of this, and they were trying to help us work through all the state laws. And by the end of it, each one of them said, well, it's not really working. These 100+ laws aren't really helping us achieve our goals. And I went, wow, that's so refreshing. But the answer to that was, oh, we just need more laws. Instead of maybe rethink, our approach to this or whatever. But it was very disappointing. And, fresh ideas are not coming out that are going to help us solve any of these things. They're all the same old ideas, just going and strangling us more, in my impression. I wish that the league would have, and a bunch of people said this, it wasn't me saying this, but people said, why didn't we have sessions on RENA reform? Why didn't we have sessions on new ways to approach housing? Instead of the league going, oh, how to navigate all of these state laws that aren't actually working. So that was very disappointing. Yes.
Follow-up question.
Sure.
In that discussion, did wildfire risk play into that at all?
Not
I mean,
much.
how interesting.
No.
Okay.
Anyways, because that was the league, and I wish that the league would take a better action on these things. And then we got this letter recently, and I don't know if I was the only person who got it about the woman who just moved here from Oakland Hills. And did we all get it? Okay, we all got it. And she noticed things that they had in Oakland that we didn't have. And one was a loud siren warning for wildfire. In Oakland, I guess they test them every Wednesday. That was a great idea. And their waste management and the city allowed us unlimited yard waste pickup in the paper bags, especially in the high fire zones and maybe during fire season. And what can we do about this? And I went, maybe we should strategize on those sometime. We can bring that back on an agenda.
We actually have a Recycle Smart meeting coming up on Thursday. We could bring that up. Just to, thank you.
All right, that was it.
So Mayor,
Oh, yes.
I don't have, I was being really good, and I didn't want Mala to start saying I can't ask all these questions, but I want to thank the Finance Committee, because I was actually just wondering when we might have it come to us. And I'm very glad that it's going to be coming in October. And my question is that if we have questions or things that we would like to have come back with that, do we, share those with staff? And I think that's probably the answer, but because
Are you,
lots of questions as we were thinking about this.
Councilmember Geringer, are you talking about reacting to the staff report that's being prepared or comments in advance of the October 10th meeting?
I think comments in a little bit of both, comments in advance to hopefully have some of the questions that and timeline issues. So I'll talk to Narup about it.
Okay, I just have a couple things following up on the Art and Wine Festival. I think everyone was really impressed, as you mentioned, with what the chief and his team have done in terms of security and all the cooperation with multiple agencies, Coast Guard, National Guard, Homeland Security, the Army, the county. It's really amazing. And one thing I didn't mention, I guess Congressman DeSaulnier came to our booth both days. And on the first day that he came, Ben took him to the command center, and he was very impressed with the cooperation that Ben was able to get with all these different agencies. Because one of the things that's frustrated him throughout his career is how agencies don't normally talk to each other, and it's hard to get people to cooperate. So he, yeah, that was a great thing. And I was surprised to hear he came back the next day. It's good. And then I just want to say, I just stopped by the rain garden, just going by, and thanks to Public Works, I assume is maintaining it. They're doing a great job. It's just amazing how the garden has filled in and how well maintained it is after only 5 months of being open. So that's just a great spot. Okay, and I had the opportunity to speak at Rotary a couple of weeks ago, and I'm on the agenda briefly for the senior symposium on Saturday and for the gun forum on October 3rd. So future speaking dates. All right, city managers.
I was going to try and meet a 10:30 deadline because that's what the city clerk had predicted, but we're past that. So it's just a few minutes. Thank you all. Art and Wine, perfect weather, great attendance. Want to give an additional shout out to the Public Works crew because they helped with the setup and takedown, and then they go back and they do sidewalk repairs or street light or landscaping repairs. And this has been a busy week for them.
Rup, can I just say that the day before I was going down Mount Diablo Boulevard, and they were out there washing the barrier in front of Barranco and that street. So that's why that was squeaky clean.
And Public Works has started winter prep, and never too early to clean out the storm drains and make sure everything is in order. We are going through annual inspections by the sanitary district. They conduct inspections of the courtyard, and that will happen soon. Engineering, a couple of projects are nearing completion. The Pathway Project on Release Valley, Pleasant Hill, and Quant, and the overlay and pathway reconstruction on Olympic Boulevard and Glenside Drive. Preliminary design for the 2024 overlay and surface seal projects have begun, so that's underway. Big, huge lift by all departments. We need to submit an annual clean water report. It takes forever. There's a lot of data collection. I want to say gently unfunded, but it takes every department to pitch in and complete that. It was submitted today. And with the help of 2 interns, we've been able to digitize our street and easement files. And the interns have also gone around town and placed new drains into the bay, stickers on a number of inlets. So interns are fantastic. Senior services, they will have a table at the Community Foundation Senior Symposium which is Saturday, 8:30 to noon. They'll have information about La Marinda Village, our partnerships, and the AARP Home Fit Guide, which helps people suggest ways to make a home more comfortable and safe. And finally, it's with great sadness that I report that our former police chief, Mike Weymouth, not sure how people know him, had the pleasure of working with him, and he passed away unexpectedly over the weekend. I believe he may have set a record. I was told he spent 10 years here. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, anything else before we adjourn? All right, we'll adjourn in memory of Chief Weymouth at 7 minutes past when we were supposed to adjourn, 10:37.
Thank you. Good night.